All right, if you could take a seat, we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to call to order the Board of Adjustments meeting for the City of Wilmington. Today is Thursday, June 18th, 2026. The time is 1:01. Before we get started, I'm going to read the Board of Adjustment introduction. Hearings before the Board of Adjustments are quasi-judicial in nature. Decisions of the board are based on the records of these proceedings. To grant a variance requires a concurrent vote of 4/5 of a member of the board. To reverse or modify the determination of an administrative official requires simple majority. Evidence submitted to the board for review becomes part of the record. Appeals of the board's decision are to Superior Court and are based on the record. Appeals must be filed within 30 days of the date of filing of the board's order in the Planning Division. A hearing before the board is conducted in accordance with rules of procedure. Those who want to testify in a case are sworn as witnesses. The chairperson recognizes those who want to testify or their attorneys for presentation of evidence during the hearing. To ensure that all testimony is properly recorded, please come forward to address the board. State your name, address, and please speak clearly. I would like to remind anyone that's come in today to make sure you have signed up in the back so they have record of that. And before we move forward, we'll go ahead and swear in anyone that might be speaking today.
If I can have all staff, applicants, and members of the public that plan to speak today, and please note that if you intend to speak this afternoon, you will need to stand up and be sworn in. Please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, the next item on our agenda is going to be the approval of the minutes from the May 28th, 2026 special meeting.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes with one correction. Under adjournment, it states that Chairman Hubbis adjourned the meeting, and he was not present, so we need to change that to me as the adjourning party.
All right, there's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Those meetings are approved with that correction. Our next item is new business is for 230 Summer Rest Road. It's a variance to City Code Section 18-286E to allow a bulkhead within the conservation resource setback. Zach Smith will be presenting this item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. This is evidentiary hearing number 1. The subject property is located at 230 Summer Rest Road and contains 0.83 acres. The construction of a detached single dwelling is currently underway on site. The site is currently zoned R20, Residential Legacy District. These are photos of the existing conditions of the subject property. The applicant is requesting a variance to the conservation resource standards to allow for the construction of a bulkhead. These are the 4 findings you must consider when reviewing this waiver request. The property has an identifiable erosion problem or has unusual features. The Division of Coastal Management has documented the need for shoreline stabilization. The shoreline stabilization measure extends beyond the buffer no more than necessary. And the shoreline stabilization measure will not significantly impair public trust rights or damage adjacent waterfront properties. The applicant states that there is a documented need for shoreline stabilization protection as demonstrated by CAMA's issuance of a general permit on February 27th, 2026. The applicant further contends there is concern that runoff into the adjacent wetlands and open water areas will likely occur without proper containment of the upland area. The applicant states that the shoreline at this location exhibits a steep slope as well. According to the applicant, the proposed bulkhead would be installed along the waterward side of the existing erosion escarpment, just above the coastal wetland line, thereby reducing the impacts within the resource buffer. The applicant states that adequate sedimentation and erosion control measures would be installed to prevent runoff into the adjacent properties or into the adjacent wetlands and waterways. This concludes staff's presentation. I'd like my presentation and case summary to be entered into the record. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and the applicant is here as well.
Does anyone have any questions of Zach? All right, thank you. Would the owner or the agent for the owner like to do a presentation?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you. My name is Jason Dale, Commissioners. My name is Jason Dale. I'm here on behalf of Mr. and Ms. Peebles. Unfortunately, they're not able to make it today. Mr. Peebles is ill, and his wife had prior obligations. So I'm here today solo to walk through their evidence, or not walk through their evidence, but walk through the factors that are consistent with their request for a variance from the city for the bulkhead installation. So thank you, Zach, for the presentation. I provided this information.
Sorry, just for the record, I have to have you state your address, just for the.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me.
You're good.
1423 Center Court, Wilmington, North Carolina, 28411.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So before you, maybe you have this depiction up before you, but this was a photograph taken, drone imagery that was taken of the property back over the late winter months when Mr. Peebles was considering putting in a retaining wall. As you can see, the neighboring property to the north of this one, their bulkhead is actually depicted, and they went through this process with you last summer. So I was here on behalf of Stephen Beecham to obtain the variance request for that particular wall that's currently installed. So this request would be to tie into that wall, extend over approximately 195 feet with a new bulkhead, and then bring a return back along the southern property boundary. It would not extend all the way to the southern line because there's a wetland resource that comes in and is captured in that area. So this particular wall would just more or less stabilize the shoreline directly in front of the residence that's under construction. Height of the wall would approximate the neighboring wall to the north. And as you may have seen in the photos, Zach, how do I advance this? Sir?
If you hit down on
Okay,
the.
just the arrow keys. Okay, great, thank you. Again, drone image rendition. This is just a black and white paper copy rendition, cross-section of how the wall would be constructed with the tieback and the dead men. And then the next photos you'll see, taken from back in January, show where the sediment fence is currently located, and then the topography of the bank as it rolls off into the adjacent wetlands. So it's at this location that the proposed wall is being requested. There are no wetlands landward of the wall. The upland transitions directly into the 404 and coastal wetlands and then out to the waterway. So again, it's at this location where these pink flags are, and just to the left of that orange marker where the actual retaining wall or bulkhead would be located. Zach had gone over the applicant's response to the hardship criteria, and just looking at the property in these photos, you can see the elevation change, excuse me, with the steep bank that differentiates the upland from the wetland. And in order to prevent future erosion in this area, that's why we're here requesting the variance for the wall, is to prevent that in the future. Pretty simple.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Dell? Yes, sir.
Hi, I think I saw in the materials, and I wonder if you could confirm, did the NCDMC look at this and provide I believe they call it a permit?
Yes, sir. So, excuse me. And I have a copy of that if it wasn't included in the files. The variance request may have been submitted prior to issuance of that permit, but it was issued on February 27th, 2026. So his permit is coming up for expiration on the 27th of this month, at which time he'll need to renew if there's a favorable outcome for him.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Does the city have anything else to add before we go into evidentiary? Okay. All right, we're going to go into the evidentiary hearing, and this is time for someone in the public that has additional substantive information that's relevant to this matter. Is there anyone that'd like to speak? All right, we have no one presenting any new information. While we're in the evidentiary hearing, is there anything that the city would like to state during the hearing? I can't see that. Okay, thank you. And is anything for the applicant? Any additional? All right, he states there isn't any. I'll go ahead, and before we close, any questions from the members within the evidentiary? This will be the time that we would ask those questions, and then we'll deliberate from there. All right, I'll go ahead and close the evidentiary hearing, and we'll move forward with what is the position on this request.
I went by the subject property, and there's a pretty steep drop-off, and I'm never in favor of bulkheads, but I think this actually helps mitigate a bad situation. And I think, CAMA's permit speaks pretty loudly that it is necessary to control the erosion, and it will also control the runoff into the wetlands. So I don't really have any problem with the request.
All right, anyone else?
Well, I would just observe, and maybe I'm just surprised, but one of the maps showed that part of the house was within the, I guess, the 75 feet area of environmental concern. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but since we're there, and since the NCDCM has investigated as well and provided a permit, I tend to agree with my colleague. Thank you.
All right. Does anyone else have any comments, or is there a motion related to the variance?
I move we approve. I think the 4 criteria have been met.
All right, there's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes. We'll move on to item number 2. It's 402 and 403 Summer Rest Road, variance to City Code Section 18-286E to allow a bulkhead within the conservation resource setback. And Zach will be presenting again.
Afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. This is evidentiary hearing number 2. The subject property is located at 403 Summer Rest Road and contains 0.59 acres. Subject property includes a detached single-family dwelling and dock on an adjoining lot along the intercoastal waterway. The site is currently zoned R20 Residential Legacy District. These are photos of the existing conditions of the subject property. The applicant is requesting a variance to the conservation resource standards to allow for the construction of a bulkhead. These are the 4 findings you must consider when reviewing this waiver request. Per the applicant, CAMA issued a permit for the demolition and reconstruction of a private pier and docking facility on January 13th, 2026. It is under this active CAMA major permit that the applicant has requested a minor modification for the installation of a new bulkhead along the property shoreline. On March 5th, 2026, prior to submitting a request for modification to the CAMA permit, the applicant's agent met on site with staff from the Division of Coastal Management. The purpose of this visit was to evaluate the need for shoreline stabilization, and the agent was informed by the Division of Coastal Management they could apply for a permit modification to install a new vertical bulkhead. According to the applicant, the significant change in elevation along the property shoreline creates an unusually steep bank. The proposed bulkhead would be located along the waterward toe of the existing erosion escarpment just above the 404 type wetland boundary. The applicant states the new bulkhead would be situated in an area consistent with other shoreline stabilization along Summer Rest Road, and the new bulkhead would be entirely located within the applicant's property's boundaries and would not encroach into any adjacent wetlands or open water areas. The applicant further states that upon completion of the bulkhead, the area would be backfilled, seeded, and sodded to stabilize the landscape to prevent additional runoff. This concludes staff's presentation. I'd like my presentation and case summary to be entered in the record. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and the applicant is here as well.
Do you know if NCDCM has issued the permit yet?
I would defer to the applicant.
Okay, thanks.
Is there an existing bulkhead there? Is this a replacement, or is this a new?
This is a new bulkhead.
Okay.
All right, any other questions of Zach?
I'm sorry, just to clarify, so there is one, but it's being replaced? Is that what I'm hearing?
There's
Or-
not one currently
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry. Okay, I thought there was there had been some sort of CAMA permit earlier.
I believe that was for the pier. Again,
Oh, for the pier, I'm
I'll
sorry.
defer to
Very
the
good.
applicant.
Okay, very good, thank you, sir.
Anyone else?
And the property on each side is unimproved, is that right?
Go back. There's an existing single dwelling on 403, and then across the street, 402 is where the existing pier
Right.
is located and where the proposed bulkhead is going to be installed.
But to each side of this property, so the reason they're coming back is because the property on each side to the left and right of this property is unimproved?
I would have to double check and look at that.
Okay.
Other questions? We can have you check on that while the applicant may be able to, or the representative for the applicant may be able to answer that and address that. Any other questions for Zach at this time? All right, thanks. All right, would the representative for the applicant or the agent like to present information?
Hello again, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Jason Dale. I'm here representing Heather Warren as it relates to her request for variance from the Board of Adjustments for installation of a bulkhead at 403 Summer Rest Road. I use the term bulkhead and retaining wall interchangeably, but the truth is I think a bulkhead more aligns with an alignment at the high water line versus an alignment above wetlands. Essentially functions as retention area. But to answer your question initially, sir, yes, a CAMA permit was issued for this bulkhead project on April 8th, 2026. Was signed by Tara McPherson, who's a district manager for the Wilmington Regional Office of the Division of Coastal Management. So the current CAMA permit is scheduled to expire on August 8th, 2026. So that came after our submission to the city as it was anticipated. So I put together a little slide presentation for this one as well. As you'll see on the image in front of you, it depicts the property boundaries. To answer your question, Mr. Day, it appears the property to the south and to the north are limited in their current development plan. However, the two properties on either side of that, it's almost like a piano key. So you've got one bulkheaded lot, an unbulkheaded lot, the request for another bulkheaded lot, unbulkheaded, and then another wall. So it is very much like a piano key. And the intent here is to, again, stabilize the shoreline and bring in fill to make this particular portion of the property somewhat usable. This is a high tax value area. This property is currently in a situation where it's not being utilized to the fullest potential of the lot. And so the request is to be able to put this wall in, bring backfill, create more of a steep contour to that bank. There's 16 feet of elevation change at this particular property from the street edge down to the water's edge, over the span of about 80 feet. So it really does take a drop as you come off the road on Summer Rest, looking out towards the waterway. As Zach mentioned, the pier was previously permitted by CAMA through a major permit. That pier is currently under construction, and as they work to the origin of that pier, the approach to that pier is going to be detrimental to the height of the land right now. Currently, that pier would stop at grade, but we're hopeful today that there will be approval for the variance request so that that pier can maintain the same elevation as the bulkhead, which would be about 6-7 feet above the current grade. So the intent would be to run wing walls down both side property boundaries to contain that material, and then tie back at a specific elevation to make that portion of the property more flat, more of an even contour rather than sloping all the way down to the edge of the marsh. As Zach mentioned, the current proposal puts the placement of that wall above the 404 line. So it is a little bit soft down as you get down to that marsh, again, creating unusable area for the property owner. But the intent really is to try to stabilize that particular portion of land and utilize it to the maximum extent feasible. These are some photos that I took of the property back in February. This was after it was cleared in preparation of the pier work. Previously, it was kind of overgrown along the edges with wetland vegetation, but in the background of this leftermost photo, you can see that, water as it comes off Summer Rest Road just sheet flows straight down into the marsh. So this would give an opportunity to eliminate and have some of that stormwater that's coming off the road infiltrate and percolate into that sediment, that land area before exiting out into the wetlands. The right picture just shows the property to the south as being just heavily vegetated and with no shoreline stabilization at all. This is just a photo standing down close to where the base of the wall would be, looking up towards the street. And then this is depiction of some of the structures that are currently located within in that area, that 75-foot conservation overlay district that is really derelict and needs to be replaced. What you see in the bottom portion of the photos are the old pier that was associated with this. So the intent would be to bring that wall up to about the height of that mid-run of the steps where you see that batter board that kind of goes across where the stairwell is, and then bring the pier, because the pier has to be a certain elevation out over the wetlands and out over the marsh as it comes back and joins the upland part of the property. So the intent would be to bring that at the same elevation as the height of the wall, and again, backfill that area to again help prevent, stabilize that. You can see along the edges where there's some scouring from stormwater runoff coming from Summer Rest Road along the edges of the property. And with that, I conclude this presentation.
All right, thank you. Any questions? All right, appreciate
Thank you,
it.
sir.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go into the evidentiary hearing for this matter. Is the time for someone to present any additional information that's substance and relevant to this matter? Is there anyone that would like to present? All right, seeing there aren't any, we'll move forward to, is there anything else the applicant or the city would like to enter into the during the evidentiary? No? Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
I brought along a copy of the camera permit for you if you'd like to have it for your records. I'm not sure that Zach received a copy once the permit was issued from the state.
For the record, let's go ahead and give to Amy to just.
And if I may, just to clarify, that's the permit for the bulkhead wall as opposed to the permit for the pier. Is that correct, sir?
We just have to do that on the mic, sorry.
Yes, sorry. I apologize for my confusion. So we had the CAMA permit for the pier, and now you've just delivered, sir, the permit for the bulkhead,
That
the
is
wall.
correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Which had not been in the file before. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
Jeff, I do have a question for the applicant.
Yes, sir.
So there's going to be backfill to the bulkhead, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What's the material that's going to be used for the backfill?
It would be clean sand from an upland source. Typically, for backfill, they use sand from 421 sand mine because of the porosity of it. Makes it well suitable. So the construction side of it, the applicant hasn't determined whether it would be a vinyl wall or a block wall or a wooden wall at this point in time. But typically speaking, construction standards will put some type of filter cloth or barrier beneath whatever type of wall they use, put a rock behind that, and then backfill it with clean upland sand. So
Okay.
that's what would be proposed in this case.
So what's proposed here is a vinyl bulkhead, but that's to be determined?
Well, the CAMA permit is kind of open-ended, whether or not they
Okay.
use wood or vinyl, but preference would be vinyl. Preference would be vinyl. So for all intents and purposes, a new vinyl wall would be installed at this location.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And the permit's there just for you to look at, and then we'll pass it to the other members. All right, does anyone have any other questions? Let them look at this real quick before you sit down. I just want to see if you had any more while we're in. All right, being that there are no further questions to the city, you've already told me, Zach, you're good? All right, thank you. I can't see you. It's the weirdest design here. But, all right, we'll go ahead and close the evidentiary hearing, and we'll move on to see what the board's decision is related to this variance.
Well, this property, the escarpment is much more significant than the earlier property we saw. It's a fairly severe drop-off now, particularly with the construction of the new pier. My thoughts really go back to the same as the other one, especially now that the permit has been issued for the bulkhead or retaining wall.
Okay. Anyone else?
Could the chair read under these circumstances, the fourth finding, right, is about I believe that we need to find is the impact, if we go back to that, the impact on potential neighboring properties? Is that correct, in effect?
Zach, can you pull that up on the screen for everyone? Or Amy?
Yeah, does not significantly impair public trust rights or demonstration. I guess my only concern was that there's already a fair amount of sort of erosion that one witnesses on either side of the property. I don't know whether this would wind up exacerbating that problem by forcing the water to flow in a more narrow course.
Other thoughts? I see it as a necessary stabilization on, which I think we'd see more deterioration to the area, so I see it as being like a way of preventing that.
I agree. It also does prevent some stormwater runoff into the wetlands.
Yeah.
And I would, as far as the need for the bulkhead, I would really defer to CAMA's expertise.
All right. Anyone else? A motion related to this matter?
I would move to approve.
All right. There's been a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? That passes. We'll move on to item number 3, 2722 Shandy Lane, a variance to City Code Section 18-199 to allow an accessory building in front of a principal building. And Pat will be presenting this one.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As mentioned, this is a variance request for an accessory structure located at 2722 Shandy Lane. Here's an aerial of the subject property showing the existing home. It is currently zoned R15. It is occupied by one single dwelling structure. Here are some photos of the existing conditions. The primary driveway access is located along Shandy Lane, and there's also a secondary access from Ingleside Drive. This lot has a double frontage along Shandy Lane and Ingleside Drive. This is the plot plan proposed and provided by the applicant showing the accessory structure, which is a garage, highlighted in red. Highlighted in blue is a 25-foot existing drainage easement that bisects the property. Based on current land development code requirements in section 18-199, accessory structures shall not be located in front of the principal building, which is the primary dwelling, and shall not be closer to a side street than the principal building. The proposed accessory structure that is outlined in red is closer to the existing Shandy Lane cul-de-sac than the primary dwelling, and it's also closer to the Ingleside Drive right-of-way and property line in the rear. It is closer than the rear portion of the primary dwelling. I've done my best to outline the distances there with regards to the existing structure, the primary dwelling, and the setbacks.
In this diagram here, I've done my best to outline areas where a potentially compliant accessory structure could be placed on the site. You'll notice that area in that orange is the area where it would be possible to place an accessory structure based on the current code setback requirements. So you'll notice that the structure is in front of the building, in front of the primary building and primary structure. Additionally, there is a pool and deck area located on the plan left side of the dwelling. The driveway access is from the Shandy Lane. It traverses the right side of the property when you're looking at it from Shandy Lane. Again, this is for a variance for an accessory structure to be located in front of the primary dwelling. Here's the current code requirements in section 18-199. I've highlighted the two pertinent sections in red, that it shall not be in front of the principal building and shall not be closer to a side street than the principal building. This does differ from prior LDC code language. The code adopted in 2021 add additional standards. Previously, the Land Development Code stated that on all lots, accessory buildings shall be located to the side or rear of the principal structure. An accessory building shall not extend any closer toward the front of a lot than the forwardmost projection of the principal structure. And currently, as mentioned, the accessory structure shall not be in front of the principal building and shall not be closer to a side street than the principal building. On May 19th of 2016, there was a Board of Adjustment hearing regarding the placement of an accessory structure very similar to this. It was denied. However, again, the current code language has changed and is more restrictive than the previous land development code language. Here are the 4 findings of fact that must be met for the issuance of a variance. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. I'd like my case summary and presentation be entered in the record.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Pat?
Yeah, I have one. Is the pool already present, or is it part of a plan?
No, the pool is existing.
Okay.
I believe it's shown in the aerial there on your screen.
Pat, the diagrams, the shaded diagrams that you provided are very helpful. Can you go back to those?
Sure.
Yeah. So how far is the proposed structure over that yellow line? It looks like it's just barely
To
over
the
it.
plan north in this, toward the top of the screen here,
Yeah, the top of the screen. How far does that?
it is maybe a foot or so
Just
over. I would
barely.
defer to the applicant on exacts, but
Something like that, yeah, okay.
right.
And how much closer is the proposed structure to the side street than the current primary dwelling? So how much does it impede on that other,
On Ingleside Drive?
yeah, on Ingleside, yeah.
Okay, so
How much closer is it to Ingleside than the primary dwelling?
So the primary dwelling is currently about 36 and a half, or 39 and a half feet. This looks to be maybe an additional foot, so probably, this is approximately 38 and a half feet or so. I would defer to the applicant for specifics, but it's just slightly in front of that building.
And one more question. What is the green dotted line?
That is the area. I did my best to outline the curvature of the cul-de-sac there to try and approximate where the, essentially the distance from the front point of the building, from the existing building to the cul-de-sac, and then running a line to where that measurement would be to get the area that would be able to accommodate the accessory structure. So that area within the green wouldn't be able to be built on with an accessory structure.
Okay, so that's,
Right.
so the
Oh, sorry.
proposed garage then is, about half of it is in an area that would be precluded?
Based on current code, yes.
Based on
because
current code.
The cul-de-sac has the curvature, so the
Okay.
property line comes up a little bit further in that area because
Yeah.
of the curve of the cul-de-sac.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
That clarified what I was thinking too, that really the issue is not so much Ingleside Drive as it is the distance from the cul-de-sac, as you've illustrated here with
They're-
the cone, with the cone.
Both portions require the variance since they are technically in violation of the
Oh, I
code.
see, both
They're
sides,
not
okay.
consistent with the code,
Mhm, mhm.
so they would require a variance.
And how much then, to sort of follow up on my colleague's question, into the green cul-de-sac, if you will, relevant area, does the garage extend, would you say? I can't quite read that number there.
That structure looks to be about 23 feet in width in that end, so
Mm.
probably about half, maybe
About half is, okay.
12 feet or so.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? All right, thank you,
Thank you.
sir. All right, would the applicant or the representative of the applicant like to present?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. My name is Steve Coggins with the firm of Roundtree Losi, address of 2419 Market Street. And with me is my client, Walter Linford, the resident here of this particular residence for which we're seeking the variance. And I want to thank staff for working with us on this variance application because of peculiarities that arise from the fact that you may have noted that there was a drainage easement that's in favor of the city. This home is about 40 years old, almost 40 years old. And at the time that it was built, we understand that Ingleside wasn't yet developed. It wasn't a through street there behind it. It wasn't sandwiched. But importantly, the driveway was already built at the time that the house was entered into, and it was afterwards that the city drainage easement was obtained. And hence, relocating the driveway or putting in an additional driveway to get to another part of the house is precluded from the presence of that drainage easement. Let me bring up, if I can, then while we're here, this is basically compliance. We're in a proverbial catch-22 situation because of the changes in the land development code that we can't be in front of the residence, nor can we be any closer than the primary residence to the side street, or if you would, Ingleside. In essence, there really isn't any place we can have a two-car garage. This is our drawing that we have come up with, and I think, to supply some of the questions, answer some of the questions that you have asked earlier. Our best estimate is, as you look at this, is that we are roughly in the back. That corner of the porch, for instance, is roughly 35 feet from Ingleside in comparison to the 39.6, and that's roughly a 4.6 feet difference on that. And as best as I'm able to approximate, I'll admit it's not the easiest thing to do with a cul-de-sac, but we're estimating that there's roughly a 26.4 feet difference in terms of proximity to the cul-de-sac versus the dwelling. I find it interesting visually that if this was a classic frontage lot, where it was roughly a straight line that goes across, and if you were looking from a street, I don't think it would visually appear to be closer to the front, but nonetheless, it is a cul-de-sac, and we have to measure it just that, so it does appear. And again, what's interesting too is the presence of the drainage easement. We had initially looked at, as a result of the denial back in 2016, to do, frankly, an expansion of the home, the primary residence, to accommodate the garage. But we are precluded from doing so due to the presence of that drainage easement. The wording of the easement would not allow any form of extension through there. And it is accurate to say that the pool is there. It would preclude any presence there in that particular location. And on the left, you would have to construct a driveway to get to that, but unfortunately, that is legally impossible due to drainage easement. And frankly, it would be very difficult given the topography of this particular location. The house is located where it is, and again, you may have seen the depiction in the very beginning. This is a highly unusually irregular shaped lot that is also on a cul-de-sac. And given the elevation, there really isn't, the primary residence is located where it has to be. So there was nothing that we could have done about that. And again, this is all things done before this applicant obtained this property. So this is a view of the house as you're standing pretty close to where that drainage easement is. And it's always flowing there. Okay, with coming from Ingleside Drive. And you can see that there's an elevation that goes up. And then this is a view looking at the residence closer to the cul-de-sac itself. And you can see how it descends down very sharply down to where the drainage easement is in that bridge and where it comes up. And you can see the bridge that is depicted earlier on the drawing. You can see the bridge crossing the easement there to give you a sense of perspective. This is a view looking towards Ingleside, and there has been a long time fence there and heavy vegetation that provides buffering, if you would, visually from in the direction of Ingleside Drive. Another view of the area closer to the house, another view there, that fence as it goes there and separates the house from Ingleside Drive. This is a variance that was granted in 2021, shortly after the amendments to the Land Development Code that staff previously brought to your attention, and it talked about basically the impossibility in this context of applying both with the requirements of you can't be in front of the residence and you can't be closer to the rear street than the residence, and for the purposes of having a garage, if you would. What is interesting is that this particular neighborhood, Shandy Lane and Shandy Drive, that extends southward from Greenville Sound Road, high-end neighborhood, large lots, and this is the only lot, of which we are aware and are driving around, that does not have a covered garage. Which is also interesting in the sense that the Linfords happen to have two high-end convertibles, and it's not ideal to have to store a convertible outside, but this is the only home in that neighborhood that is faced with that situation, and we're trying to ameliorate that as much as we can. Obviously, this results then in an unnecessary hardship and resulting from conditions that are peculiar to this property. That is, that we have the combination of the intervening drainage easement, the building of Ingleside later after the Shandy cul-de-sac was put in, the unusual shape of this particular lot, and the significant elevation changes that are precipitating, if you would, this drainage easement. Obviously, the applicant has done nothing to cause this particular situation. We believe that this is consistent with the spirit and intent of the ordinance, that there's no issues of public safety, and substantial justice would be achieved because the location is the furthest possible that we can be from Shandy in this particular situation, resulting in a variance needed there of 26.4 feet. Okay, again, if we attempted to push it back farther away from Shandy, you're going to intrude even further into the can't be closer to Ingleside rule. So it's a catch-22. If you try to push it forward to get away from Ingleside, you're going to intrude it even closer into Shandy. We believe that we have achieved substantial justice and will also be consistent with the rulings of this particular board, and which is interesting guidance.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right, thank you. Any questions from Mr. Cobb? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I think it was very thorough and enlightening. So given that it appears that the only place you could put a covered garage is approximately where you've just mentioned, the other question that arose in the previous line of questioning was in effect, the size of the garage and how it intrudes, if I can put it that way, 12 feet into that sort of cone, if you will, from the cul-de-sac. Has the applicant considered, for want of a better way of putting it, downsizing slightly or right-sizing that garage? Is there any need for it to be quite so big such that it extends that far in, sir?
It's a two-car garage, and it's of the dimensions of what we feel is required for that. There is a porch, which comes in handy in given that elevation change there.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Sorry.
Is it in fact true that the driveway runs through the easement?
Yeah, yes, but it predates the easement.
It seems to me the standard residential garage is about 20 by 20, and yours is 23 by, I'm not sure exactly what. It kind of gets back to his point. Can we go back to a picture
Certainly.
that has the dimensions on it of the garage? 23 by 23. I don't know, it seems bigger than it needs to be to me. It's certainly bigger than my two-car garage.
Well, we are certainly are willing to be accommodating to reduce the size as long as we can get the two vehicles in there without damaging them
Sure.
and readily getting into. Yes.
Is the, once constructed, would the garage be visible from Shandy or Ingleside?
It would not be visible from Ingleside.
'Cause
It
the
may be
fence-
possible to see it from Shandy. Yes.
Because you'd look straight down the driveway basically and see it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So do I understand it's correct that it's, based on the previous questions, that it's not an option to just not have the porch and just kind of shift the garage to where the porch is? And I don't know if you'd still be encumbered by that Shandy restriction, but
As designed, it shares the same roof.
yeah, okay.
Other questions? Is it possible, if you're okay with it, the diagram you have that shows the area that possible is, or Amy? Sorry, I didn't see you. I figure while you're here, we can talk through this, because when I look at it, it doesn't look like, even if you've changed the size, that you would still be in, so it's, your size is like,
I agree. That's the way
Okay.
it looks. It looks like you wouldn't be able to meet the
Yeah.
standard anyway.
I think reducing the size is not going to reduce the encroachment.
Right, I think you're right.
figure while we're in your presentation, we could just put that so it's on the record, but
Yes, that was part of my presentation, that where I stated in the very beginning, the catch-22 is that no structure of any size located anywhere on this property can comply with the ordinance.
Amy, I guess you're working on that. Were you able to get that to pull up?
Patrick, which slide is he looking for?
Oh, it's the one with the green
Shaded
and the
area.
shaded, that's in gold. It's,
Got the
it
orange
would be
shading,
your third,
the green shading
Sorry,
is
I
orange.
One-
forgot to turn it on.
There you
we
go, right there.
Yeah,
And it's
thank
due to a combination of the ordinance and the drainage easement itself.
you. Okay, I just wanted us to see that, just
Mm-hmm.
for,
Yeah,
so,
from that rendering, if you remove the porch, the encroachment remains
It's
pretty much
still-
the same, no
yeah.
matter whether you shift it to the left or not. So,
Park a couple of motorcycles, but that's about it.
Well,
So I have a question for the city, I think, not for the applicant. Is this the time for
yeah,
that?
we can do that. Well, let's finish, I'm going to make sure you're done with your presentation, and then you always have time to come back in. So,
I was done with the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, all of which have been good
Yeah.
ones.
Any questions of Mr. Coggan? All right, thank you, sir. We'll probably have some others. You have a question for the city?
Yeah, I have a question for the city. So the fourth finding gets to the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance. So as it relates to the side street requirement, what is the purpose of that requirement? What's the spirit and intent of that requirement? Is it a requirement that attempts to keep something from being visually unpleasant, or is it something else that I can't think of?
Yeah, I think that section of code is written primarily in reference to corner lots where you have accessory structures. The desire is to have the primary structure be the focus on the corner and not have accessory structures, whether it's garages, ADUs, be closer to the street than the primary structure.
Yes, it's more of a visual, like to keep the property looking uncluttered, or keep that primary structure in, as your visual cue and not the,
Generally, yeah, and the primary be the primary, the accessory be subordinate to the primary structure in look and size.
got it, okay.
Any other questions for the city? We're going to go into the evidentiary hearing, which you can also ask, we can ask questions during that. I'm going to go ahead and open the evidentiary hearing for anyone that has additional information that's relevant to this matter. Is there anyone that would like to speak or add additional information? All right, while we're in the evidentiary hearing, I'm going to ask members if you have questions of the applicant or the city that could be on the record. I mean, they're all on the record, but just during this part of it. No? All right. I'm going to go ahead and close the evidentiary hearing, and we can move on to discussion on how to approach this variance request.
Just one thing that occurs to me as I look at this is I tend to agree with the applicant. I don't know where, if you were going to put a garage somewhere, there's just no place to put it, really. And the other thing that's sort of compelling to me is that the proposed garage would be 80 feet from the cul-de-sac, which seems to me to be a long way. So if the spirit and intent of the ordinance is related to the how the structures look, like it's a visual sort of spirit and intent, it's not like it's right up next to the street, and so it doesn't give me as much heartburn as it might if it were really close to the street.
Anyone else?
Well, my line of questioning was with respect to, was in effect taking into consideration finding number 3. I think the 1, 2, and 4 were easily met, but based on the information we now have, I would say there'd be no appreciable difference. So, thank you. I think 3 is going to be good as well. So, as far as I'm concerned, the applicant has. We would. I think they've met the 4 findings. Pardon me.
All right. Anyone else? Is there a motion?
I would move to approve the request for a variance.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. For approval, is there a second?
Second.
Been second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Yes, sir? Okay, that passes. We need to take a brief recess for just 5-minute recess, just for a second. And I would ask if everyone stay.
Maybe 4.
Okay. Involves 306 Anderson Street. It's variance to City Code Section 18-325 to allow a fence to remain that exceeds fence standards. Grace will be presenting this one.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Grace LeMay, City Planner. The subject property at 306 Anderson Street is a corner lot with street frontage along both Anderson Street to the west and Grace Street to the south. The property contains a single-family dwelling and is located within the R5 district. Double frontage lots require a front yard setback along both street frontages per the city's land development code. Section 18.325 allows fences in residential districts provided that the maximum height in the side or rear yards is limited to 8 feet and the maximum height in the front yard is limited to 4 feet. On or about March 6, 2026, staff received a complaint that the fence on the subject property was in violation of the city's fence height standards as set forth in the land development code. During a site visit made on the same day, staff observed that the 6-foot-tall fence had been constructed in the front yard along both street frontages. On March 10th, 2026, the city issued a notice of violation to notify the owner of the fence standards and corrective actions. The applicant states that the fence provides a private, safe, and secure outdoor space for their family and pets. And on April 8th, 2026, the applicant submitted a request for a variance to City Code Section 18.325 to allow the existing fence to exceed the allowable height in a front yard by 2 feet. This is another angle of the non-compliant fence alongside an adjacent neighbor's fence that does comply with the fence standards for front yards. This matter is set for hearing before the Board of Adjustment on June 18th, 2026. I'd like to submit the staff report and presentation into the record. I'm available to answer any questions, and I believe the applicant is here as well.
All right, just questions for, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lemay. That was a good presentation, and maybe I missed it, but in terms of the possible violation, it's the fencing on the Anderson side of this, or the Grace, or both?
Both.
Both. Got it. Thank you.
I have a quick question. I was reading through the presentation, and on the notice of violation, down at the bottom, number 4 says, the following shall be required for any fence, wall, or screen exceeding 4 feet in the front yard. These standards may not be waived by the Board of Adjustment.
Right. I would defer to Mr. Chambers on that.
Yes, sir. That provision applies to properties located along thoroughfares. That's staff interpretation of that, and this property is not located on a thoroughfare.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. That's very important because I too had noticed that, those non-waivable elements. Thank you.
So Grace, to be clear, that both of these portions of the fence are considered to be in the front yard then?
Yes.
Even though the front of the house is on one side and the side of the house is on the other, because it's a corner, it's,
Right.
is that the interpretation?
They have to maintain the front setbacks along both street frontages.
Okay, all right. But what they've got going down the back of the house or between those two houses is fine as a 6-foot fence, is that right?
In the side and rear yards, yeah.
Okay. So, okay.
So, just for my clarification, so the way this, because since it's positioned, the driveway is on the side of the house, but they have to maintain a 4-foot on both streets.
Both street frontages.
And just for the sake of, if the front fence was gone and there was a fence on the other side of the drive that exists there, so say if you remove the front that would be on Anderson Street, remove that, but then you had an interior fence on the side of the driveway that would give a side lot, would that be interpreted as a side yard? And I'm not
sure. That
No,
I'm
I'm sorry,
following
and
your
it's not like,
description.
I'm talking like a 5th grader, sorry. But, so if you take, I'm just curious by the fact that this property is really not given a side yard. It's really being stated that it has frontage the whole way through.
Right.
But because it is in the corner, if you had just a fence that would literally be on the other side, there's a drive that goes in between those.
Mm-hmm.
If you eliminated the corner and then you had a fence, could you construe that as a side yard? Or there's no way of getting around that is considered front yardage all the way around that?
I don't believe we're able to. It depends on the setbacks for the district. So in the R5 district, the front setback is 10 feet. So any fence portion that's within that 10-foot setback would be subject to the 4-foot limit.
Okay, that's where I wanted, that's why we have variances, because that's why I wanted to ask about if there was an alternative that would give them something that was compliant, that would be compliant. Okay, thank you. Thank you for putting up with that.
Of course, thank you.
Any questions? All right, thank you. Would the applicant like to speak?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Good.
My name is Adam Stone. I reside at 306 Anderson Street. I purchased the house back in September with the intention to start a family here and create a home and a life. I did create the fence after the fact with the knowledge that it had gone against city compliance, and that is completely on me. I do apologize for that. The reason being for the 8-foot fence is obviously security, privacy, and ultimately a sanctuary for my dogs. I had adopted a dog back in January of last year who came from a very abusive and neglected home. Therefore, she is very dog reactive. She's quite large as well, so any fence smaller than that, she will jump and clear in a heartbeat. I understand that it's not meeting any safety issues as well. Both areas, if I can show here, that is clear about 30 feet back from that stopway there on one street, so it doesn't have any traffic issues or violations, safety concerns of that nature. I I also have a petition provided here from surrounding neighbors and the adjacent neighbors as well to support my case. Like I said, it's really just the main concern for privacy. The height itself is security for my business and family. So I would appreciate any consideration to retain the fence there.
Yeah, as far as the petition, we can take it to view, but we can't, you have to take it into consideration that the parties that signed that aren't here to testify to that, but you can present that as part of your case. Sure. Is that correct? Are you okay with that?
It can come in.
Come in, but it just has to be taped. You have to take it into consideration that it's a document that we don't have the people verifying their
Got it.
signatures, just
Got it,
for
okay.
relevance, but you do have the opportunity to put that in.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Stone?
If I may.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stone, I think I read in the application, there was something about, I believe you may have a business-related vehicle. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
That you would want to park within this sort of
Yes, sir.
palisade, let's call it that way?
Yeah,
But on the, and that doesn't show on this picture, maybe there's another one that we could flip to.
Mm-hmm.
The driveway entrance, not that, it looked like it's pretty wide open. I mean, obviously it has to be open enough for a driveway.
Yes,
but
sir.
is
I
there-
have a sliding gate that closes
Ah.
and locks as well.
Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't
Yes, sir.
notice where there was a gate.
I apologize for having a
No,
picture
that's
of
fine.
that.
I didn't see that. Thank you, sir.
Any other application? Any other questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and open up the evidentiary hearing. Is there anyone from the public that has additional information related to this matter they'd like to speak at this time? While we're in the evidentiary hearing, is there anything else the city would like to add? Okay, thank you. That's a no. Does the applicant have any additional information? All right. Does anyone have any questions you would like to ask during the evidentiary? Anybody?
Yeah, I've just got the spirit and intent question again. So the fence height, the reason for that ordinance, is it related to, traffic safety and that kind of thing, being able to see around, line of sight between, is it a traffic issue or is there something more to it than that?
Safety is usually the first thing you look to when you have a code provision like this, but it's also aesthetics and then being in keeping with the rhythm of the block.
Okay.
Not having that tall of a structure right up on the sidewalk.
Thank you.
If I may follow up on that with the city. So I believe I read in the application that the argument was made, but I can't remember by whom, that this fence does not constitute a problem if you're at the intersection, let's say, in a car. I don't know whether that's a claim made by the applicant or whether the city could confirm that, but there was something in there about the intersection.
In our mind, you can't see around the fence if you're walking down the sidewalk. So, I mean, it's...
I see. Thank you, sir.
In this situation, the car, with the evidence that was presented, looks like the car would be up forward of that visual obstruction, but in any case, the fence is still on the corner there, and it blocks the visual obstruction on the sidewalk as well.
Right, and then you'd have the car exiting, potentially, a vehicle exiting the driveway behind that, rather.
Yes, sir.
Right.
And
Yes.
We can't allow 6 feet if the top 2 feet are visual, like lattice work or something that's visual through, is that correct?
No, the provision is 4 foot in the front yard.
Right, 4 foot, but can't we go up to 6? Didn't I read that somewhere?
Can we have it? I believe you're referring to the thoroughfare provision.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So is the answer to that no? Like if it was something you could see through?
I think the answer is no.
So the code is specifically height restricted. It wouldn't matter if it was
If it was
variegated
plexiglass,
at
it wouldn't
all,
matter, right?
or it could be like a wrought iron that you could see through, and it wouldn't matter.
I believe that
it's height
the 4 foot restriction is in place for any type of fence.
One more question I got the impression that an element of safety associated with this fence was that the dog would jump over a 4-foot fence. Is there any backup for that kind of a statement? I mean, or is that in fact not any part of the safety issue that that you're coming forward with?
We have to open the evidentiary hearing, but for that question.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and reopen the evidentiary hearing for that question.
Okay.
Sir, if you want to come forward.
Yes, sir. I think in
And just I'm sorry, I'm just going to have you ask that question again during the evidentiary, so it's, even though it's still part of the record either way.
I got the impression from your presentation that part of your presentation was based on safety of the dog jumping the fence.
yes, sir.
And I'm wondering if there's any evidence or background or something which would prove that the dog would jump the fence, could jump the fence, or whatever.
Yes, sir. I have a picture. I'm not. Or mine. Okay, she's pulling.
I think Amy's bringing up your presentation.
Okay, thank you. It just kind of shows my dog on a 4-foot ledge. Oh, that's not the right picture. Am I possible to submit another one? You can't quite tell from her size here. She's about 55 pounds. She comes up to about here on my waist. I have other pictures provided if I can submit them of her on a ledge that is 4 foot and very clearly over it.
All right. Any other questions since we're in the evidentiary, does any questions of the city or Mr. Stone? All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and close the evidentiary hearing, and go back to discussing how to move forward related to this variance. Just remind we have to take into consideration the 4 findings of fact and the fact that it's relevant to the property.
Yeah, I was looking at I'm struggling a little bit with the 4 findings of fact. I think number 2, the hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property, is certainly been met without question. Number 3, I think the hardship did result from actions taken by the applicant, and is it consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance, such that public safety is secured? I mean, I think that's the thing, but I'm struggling with meeting the 4 findings of fact.
Yeah, I got to say, this is a really tough one, because I am very sympathetic with what the property owner is trying to achieve. And our colleague who asked about the dog jumping the fence is a public safety issue, but then, sight line around that corner for pedestrians is a safety issue as well. And it's just a very difficult one, but I'm struggling with finding of fact number 3 and number 4, frankly.
Well, I guess the safety issue associated with a dog jumping the fence could probably be eliminated by making it not a solidly opaque fence. But still, I mean, if he'd put up a fence that was 6 feet high but had gaps in it, then you wouldn't have the issue of the dog being
Well,
a
6
safety
feet would still
problem,
violate.
But 6 feet won't work anyway.
Right.
So.
Yeah, 4 is not going to work for the dog, and 6 is not going to work for the ordinance, so.
Yeah,
I don't think we're there.
Unfortunately, we are tied and bound by the way the zoning ordinance is. This is an example of the possibility of maybe reassessing properties that are on corners like this, how they're impacted, to try to not take away the ability of having that privacy and that access. But I'm thank goodness my family doesn't care or watch these, because I would feel they would be on the other side of the dog in a minute. But I think we have to be focused on the fact that I find it hard to move on those. But it's the will of the commission. So any other discussion, or is there a motion?
Yeah, I think I just don't see, I think we have to deny just based on the 4 findings of fact. So I would move that we do that.
So there's a motion to deny the variance. Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Okay, it has been seconded. All those in favor of the denial of the variance, say aye. Aye. Anyone oppose that motion? All right, the variance is denied. We're going to move on well, actually, item number 5 has been, there's been a request to withdraw that item. Does it need for the record the city or is the applicant for that
Yes,
present?
Mr. Chair, that item has been withdrawn. No action is needed.
All right. So to go into our next section, we actually have to set up the room a different way. We are going to take a recess so that they can organize this setting of the room. After we come back, we'll go ahead and swear people back in that have maybe come in new. If you can stay close by while they set up, and we're going to start as soon as they have space for all the legal counsel that are coming up. We'll adjourn the time. It's 2:13, and we'll be back as soon as they get it ready. All right, we're going to call back to order the Board of Adjustments meeting. It is 2:25 p.m. There has been a change of commissioners, just to be noted for the record. Also, is anyone that's planning to speak, have you been sworn? Has anyone not been sworn in that's planning to speak? All right, it's noted that everyone knows they're under oath. All right, we're going to move on to item. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
There's going to be a change of.
Right,
for
you
these
can go ahead and
last
do
two
that then.
items. I'm sorry. Trey Ferguson with the Summer Sug firm will be representing the board for these items, and Deputy City Attorney Sean Evans is here on behalf of the staff.
All right, we'll note that change. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you,
I'll go ahead and let you introduce yourself, and then we'll get going.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, as was presented, I'm Trey Ferguson, representing the Board of Adjustment on these two appeals of staff interpretations of land use ordinance. I have spoken with the parties, the appellants, as well as the city's attorney about these two appeals, and there is no objection to consolidating them into a single appeal such that we have one hearing for the matter. So if there is no objection stated, and if the board would like to make that vote to consolidate for efficiency purposes, you're welcome to do that.
All right, just for the record, so we would be consolidating, it's item number 6, A and B, so it involves 2144 Wrightsville Avenue, which is an appeal of the zoning interpretation of what constitutes outdoor amplified sound, and then also item 6B, which is 508 South 23rd Street, an appeal of the zoning interpretation of what constitutes outdoor sound, both same but different positions. And then, so as a board, is there a motion to consolidate those?
Yeah, move we consolidate.
There's been a motion?
Move we consolidate.
And I'll second that motion.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So those will be consolidated. We'll go back through, any other procedurally, how you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would just, for the record, state that prior to this hearing, I circulated the Board of Adjustment proposed hearing procedures for this appeal. This incorporates the already adopted hearing procedures, as well as incorporates a time limit on each party to the appeal of 1 hour for their case in chief, not including questions and answers based on the board. I don't believe there's been any objections to the proposed procedures, but I'm going to give the council present opportunity to object if need be.
And we'll go, I guess we'll go in the order of the applicants. So first applicant was Chill Beers LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Grady Richardson. I represent Chill Beers and Justin Smith, who's the owner of the company, along with his other partners. We have no objection to the rules of procedure as laid out by Mr. Ferguson. We do have an objection we wish to make before evidence is received and a motion to dismiss, but we can get into that after Ms. Lee goes.
All right, thank you. All right.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name's Corey Faithlee. I'm an attorney here on behalf of Mr. Kevin High. I'll note for the record, I'm here for the limited purpose of representation. Mr. High will represent himself on a variety of matters. I'm here for a limited scope, but we don't have any objection to the procedures that were presented.
All right, thank you.
We, and at the appropriate time, we would also like to be heard on the scope of the hearing this afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right, so we're going to go.
And then just for the record, if the city attorney can also make sure, for the record, no objection to that.
Mr. Chair and board members, no objection from the city. Thank you.
All right, so it's noted that all parties are in agreement, and we'll move forward.
All right. Mr. Chair, I believe the way in which we'll proceed is staff will give a staff report and then followed by the evidentiary hearing where the appellant shall go, followed by the other appellant, followed by the city's rebuttal as presented. However, before we get into that, I believe that Mr. Richardson has noted that he would like to be heard on a preliminary matter. I believe he said a motion to dismiss. So if I would advise the board to hear that motion, let's get that out of the way, and then move forward with the evidentiary with the staff report followed by the evidentiary hearing.
All right, we'll go ahead, Mr. Richardson. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you want me to sit here? Or would
You can do whatever like, actually, for procedurally, do you need him? We do need you to come to the podium. Or it's up to you. Like, tell me, like, what you guys...
I don't think it's necessary if Mr. Richardson or anyone would like to do it from the podium. We have it set up in such a manner that we're able to sit and present arguments and examination, cross-examination, but...
Yeah, you won't be able to do your presentation, like, if you need to use the video, the audio video, so, but...
Okay. So this time, on behalf of Chill Beers, the applicant I represent, with respect to the any involvement by Mr. Kevin High, both in his appeal from 508 South 22nd Street, BA CEO -3-528, as well as whether he intends to appear as a witness in opposition to my client's appeal. We would move to dismiss Mr. High from participating in the hearing and for pursuing his appeal because he lacks standing. As you look at Mr. High's appeal application form, he's just challenging the interpretation by Ms. Painter on February 27, 2026. It contains 0 allegations as to, let me get my, it contains 0 allegations by Mr. High, and he has the burden to show that he has standing. He's alleged no facts as to an injury in fact, which is absolutely indispensable for standing before you today. He's not alleged any immediate or threatened injury in his appeal. As an aggrieved party, he has to, it's required, that he has sustained pecuniary damage to real property in which he has an interest. He must allege how the value or the enjoyment of his land has been or will be adversely affected, and he must allege and claim special damages that are distinct from the rest of the community. None of that is in the appeal before you. On its face, it lacks standing. Given the location of where Mr. High's house is, may I have a second? I'd like to offer into the record as Exhibit 1 a Google image showing Mr. High's property in relationship to my client's property. May I approach?
Yes, well, let's go ahead and present it to both council for their review, and then it can then come up to us.
As you can see on the image that's been marked as Exhibit 1, there's a yellow line. The rift, which is the general location of my client's property, is shown at the bottom of the yellow line. And as you go to the front, you'll see 508 South 22nd Street, which is Mr. High's property, computed to be over 1,000 linear feet away. Obviously, it's also separated, as you can see, by several homes and properties between Mr. High's property and that of my clients. So based upon that and the case law of Cherry v. Wisner, 245 NCF 339, a 2015 North Carolina Court of Appeals case, there's nothing that's been alleged by Mr. High in his appeal that shows standing. We'd ask that his appeal be dismissed, and if he wishes to try and be heard as a witness in opposition to our appeal, that be denied as well. Thank you.
All right. What I will ask, because the exhibit has been submitted, and Mr. Ferguson, tell me if I'm correct in my process, is that we see if we can stipulate that the addresses and locations are correct for Mr. High.
If I may approach and speak, and then we could address that matter, if I may.
I guess we can.
I believe the way I would construe that, Ms. Lee, is there an objection to the board considering what's been presented?
Not an objection to the board considering that, but rather supplementary evidence to add additional facts.
Okay, so I believe on that there's no objection for the board accepting into evidence the exhibit that Mr. Richardson has provided for this, and then obviously when it comes to, as Mr. Richardson has pointed out, standing is on the burden of the appellant, and so Ms. Lee will provide additional evidence as well as arguments to refute that motion to dismiss on standing.
Right, and I'm just wanting to confirm that the address and the distance is something that everyone, it's not that there's not standing, it's just are those correct, that document?
I do challenge the distance.
Okay,
yes, sir.
then we're going to note that exhibit has been challenged, and we'll continue letting Mr. Richardson continue with his. Do you have anything else relating to standing?
No, sir, not at this time. I reserve whatever they may. I reserve the ability to challenge whatever they wish to offer in terms of standing that they've not yet put into the appeal application.
Sure, that's definitely you're right. Okay, from Mr. Hyde, do you want to go ahead to present your position, or are you going to present for him? Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Again, my name is Corey Faithfully on behalf of Mr. Kevin High. I do have an exhibit that my summer associate, Mr. Chris Conradi, will hand to opposing counsel, as well as a copy up to the board and to Mr. Ferguson. It does reflect a distance as the crow flies from the closest point of Mr. High's property to the closest part of the Rift's property, which is a distance of 957 feet. Under the applicable portion of the city code relative to this matter, which is the ability of outdoor amplified sound to exist within a residential zoning district, one of the setback requirements is that outdoor amplified sound cannot be within 1,000 feet of a residential zoning district. And so our contention is that my client, as a party who lives within 957 feet, would then have standing. What's more, I agree with Mr. Richardson's point that you do have to say that you have special damages sufficient to be able to participate in the hearing, and my client certainly can speak to that. If you would like me to ask questions regarding the various amounts of sound that he has heard, this does affect the use and enjoyment of his property. He hears on a regular basis the consistent violating noise that is emanating from the Rift. Although that particular issue is not before you this evening, what the question is what is outdoor amplified sound? The answer to that question will undoubtedly affect my client's use and enjoyment of his property. And I'll turn this this board's attention to Sanchez versus Town of Beaufort, 211 North Carolina App 574, which is a case in which there was a similar application to this, and a party was seeking to have their standing established such that they could participate in a hearing. The ultimate holding in that case was a party whose visual impediment, it was going to be a visual impediment to her property. She would lose her waterfront view. The court said that is a degradation in her property value. That is a degradation in her ability to enjoy her property, and for that reason, she did have standing, and we think that that case is akin to this case. My client hearing the continued outdoor amplified sound that is emanating from the Rift is significantly affecting his use and enjoyment of the property, and so for that reason, we ask that this body state that my client does have standing sufficient both to challenge Mr. Richardson's appeal as well as to present his own appeal relative to the interpretation.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
I just want to, let's finish with questions related, then I will come back to you. So basically stating your distance, just for summary, 957 is your established, so that's your,
yes, sir.
And you're stated. And you did mention about having Mr. High talk, Mr. Ferguson, is it appropriate at this time to have Mr. High give his point since we're...
Again, because there has been essentially an objection on Mr. High's standing, I do believe it is appropriate for the board, if the board sees fit, to hear additional evidence to establish Mr. High's standing, which we can do through direct examination. However, we would have to make sure that Mr. Richardson, as well as city attorney, has the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. High at that time on the issue of, on the sole issue of standing.
Okay. So at this time, I will allow for you to have your client, you will go ahead and question him, and then both parties, both the city, Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. Richardson will all have that same.
To be clear, Mr. Chair, I will not be questioning. Okay. If the board, however, has questions on the issue of standing, when Mr. High, after Mr. High's direct examination, I believe that would be the appropriate time for you to ask additional questions as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. High, if you can turn your microphone on. Are you the owner of the property located at 508 South 22nd Street in Wilmington, North Carolina?
Yes, I am.
And when you have owned the property, have you experienced continued loud sounds emanating from adjacent properties?
Objection, leading.
All right, just one second. We will need you to speak a bit more into your microphone. We're having trouble hearing you.
Thank you.
But so I will note your objection, but I will go ahead and let you answer the question.
Yes, on a pretty routine basis, we hear noise coming from that property. It could be any time of day, usually between about 3 p.m. and midnight, multiple times a week, most weeks.
And Mr. High, can you describe to the board the impact that the continued noise has had?
You know, it's really hard to enjoy your property if you want to do something outside or have friends over. It's not just me. I've talked to a bunch of the neighbors. You know, there's some folks that aren't here today, but they have outdoor space. They don't want to invite friends over because they don't know if they're going to have to listen to someone else's noise instead of enjoying their property with their friends and families. On my end, it's just really hard to do certain things. Like if you want to go to sleep with the windows open, you can hear the noise. If you want to do something outside, we've had instances where you have your own radio outside and you get away from it. You're like, man, that's not really our music. What's going on? And you realize you're hearing them instead of your own radio.
And has the continued noise affected your enjoyment of the property?
Oh, most definitely. You know, you hear it at night, you're ready to go to bed. It stops you from being able to sleep. You get upset. It becomes not just when you hear the noise, but also when you anticipate hearing the noise, which is all the time.
Mr. High, can you please move the microphone to you just a little bit or get up just a little bit closer?
Yes.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay.
And how often would you anticipate or can you recollect that this ongoing noise exists?
Yeah, I think we already answered that, but it's usually multiple times a week and usually between the hours of 3 and midnight. Not always the whole duration, but very often the whole duration, very often a portion of the duration, but usually multiple times a week for varying degrees of time.
And have you at any point measured the decibels of the sound relative to your property?
I have, but not often. What you'll see when you measure it is that the sound really carries, and it's not so loud that it's obtrusive, but it's so constant that it becomes a constant burden on your life. Decibels coming from the rift are usually around legal limits, sometimes a little higher, sometimes lower. At my house, they're always lower. But it's a continuous noise that you can always just anticipate is there in the background of your life.
And to make sure I clarify, when you measure that sound, you're measuring it from your home, so it's legal limits from your property?
No, at my home, I've not measured it as much. It's much lower at my property. But if you look at the previous definitions of sound, I believe that what you'll find is it just says sound audible without additional devices. So the sound still protrudes, and part of what we're trying to go for here in the interpretation that we're arguing is that it's the sound that matters, not the decibels, and the argument is the location of the amplified sound and who it affects. So I don't believe that it's regularly exceeding those limits, but from 1,000 feet away, those limits are really designed for more immediate and not as regular and recurring noise.
No further questions at this time.
All right. Mr. Richardson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. High. Would you agree that the exhibit that your council proffered to the record of 957.1 feet has several homes and properties located between your house and the rift?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And you said that there's other neighbors who complain about the noise like you?
That's correct.
None of them are here today, correct?
That's correct.
And there's neighbors that are closer to the sound that you say is coming from my client's property than you, correct?
That's correct.
And just a few minutes ago, you said that the sound is much lower at your property than others, correct?
That's correct.
And that you have not actually regularly measured the noise levels at your property, have you?
That's correct.
And you said that you don't believe that the noise that you say is coming from my client's property is regularly exceeding the noise ordinance standards, correct?
That is not correct. I don't believe that it's exceeding the Wilmington City adopted code, but I believe that it is exceeding the land development code because the intent is for no amplified noise to travel.
So with respect to that position, you've made numerous complaints to the City of Wilmington Police Department about noise violations, correct?
That's correct.
And every single one of them have been found to be without merit except for one that was issued a warning to my client, correct?
I can't speak to the merit. I can tell you that I didn't hear that citations were issued, but I don't know if they found merit or not. Their interpretation is more along the lines of the Code of Ordinances, not the Land Development Code. So I know that some of their opinion has to do with those ordinances rather than what they view to be a zoning issue.
But you're the only member of the general public that's located around your home that has made a complaint that you're aware of about the noise coming from my client's property, correct?
That depends on how you define the area. Within a 1,000-foot radius, there's been several people, and also
There's been several people what?
That have complained to the police department about noise within the 1,000-foot radius. I'm probably one of the furthest people that has complained, but if you look at the submittals that I've done some neighborhood canvassing, and I've got a map of people that have signed a statement that believes that they agree that that the rift is creating a noise disturbance. And there are several people that distance and further from my house that have signed that letter.
But those other people didn't file any sort of an appeal of the amplified outdoor noise that's in question for my client's appeal today, did they?
That's correct, they did not.
You're the only one of the vicinity of your subdivision where you live that's brought any challenge to the interpretation by the zoning officer, is that correct?
That's correct. May I add to that? Well, I don't need to add to that, never mind.
Sure.
I'm the only one that's made an official appeal, but if you look at noise ordinances and how they apply throughout the city, you can see a lot of complaints associated with outdoor amplified noise throughout the city on a routine basis. So to say that I'm the only one that's complained or made arguments about outdoor amplified noise is a gross understatement.
You don't have any of those documents with you to supposedly prove your testimony just then, do you?
I do not.
What is the alleged injury in fact that you contend you suffered?
You know, it's just constantly being bothered, lack of sleep, makes it difficult to focus, to wake up early to go to work and perform duties that I'm responsible for in my job.
Have you taken leave because of any sleep deprivation from your job?
I have not, but there's been a few times I've showed up a little bit late. I'm salary, so it's not documented. My job depends on doing the performance of the duties associated with me, not the hours that I do them. But I lose time from that career and how I develop my income.
Have you sought medical treatment for your loss of sleep?
No, I haven't.
What is the amount of the pecuniary damage to your property that you contend you've sustained as a result of the noise coming from my client's property?
It's difficult to assign a value to that, but I would say it would, as far as an actual punitive damages, if I wanted to move out, it would make the property difficult to sell. It would cause a decrease in value of the property and make it challenging and time-consuming to move.
What are the special damages that you suffered that are distinct from the rest of your neighbors that intervene between your property and the RIF's property?
I don't know that they differ. I haven't talked to the neighbors about their damages.
How long have you owned the property?
I don't know the exact date, but roughly 7 years. I'd have to look it up.
Do you live there full-time?
Yes.
And how long has the noise been emanating from my client's property since you've been an owner at your property?
I don't know the exact date, but it started shortly after they occupied it in the spring of last year, so over a year now. I didn't get involved with it until maybe June-ish of last year, 2025.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Does the city have any questions?
No, sir, do not wish to be heard. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any members have questions?
Mr. Chair, there was looked like a piece of paper that was passed among the councils that we didn't get a copy of.
Right.
So just, if that's entered into the record, I'd love to get a copy of it.
Does,
Additional map or something.
Pass it up to the board. Ask him for it.
yes, sir.
And just for my notes, was that exhibit labeled or titled?
No.
It was the first exhibit provided by Mr. High's counsel.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
The city attorney asked what exhibit they were referring to, and I said it was the first exhibit proffered by Mr. High's counsel. I don't know if we labeled it when we admitted it, so.
We will, though.
You want to label it as A, since I'm doing the...
Yeah, that's, so I think for the record, we'll label it as Exhibit A.
Yes, that
And then
works.
we'll label Mr. Richardson's first exhibit as Exhibit 1.
So, okay, there was a question? Yes.
Yes, thank you. This is a question for any or all of the city's attorneys. So mention was made by each party of a North Carolina case with respect to the standing question, assuming we're still dealing with that. So two things. One, I haven't had the pleasure of reading either case, so I have no idea what they actually stand for. But secondly, is it indeed within the purview of the board to decide the standing question today as a preliminary matter? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Norman. Yes, it is within your purview to decide standing. In fact, now that there is a affirmative objection to standing, which I believe would be dispositive on Mr. High's appeal, this board has to resolve that. Now, whether or not it resolves it today is a different question. I would certainly advise for efficiency, if there's additional information you need, that we try to advise, we try to resolve it today so we can move forward. I am happy to read from the general statute to kind of frame standing for the board, if you would find that helpful.
Yeah, that would be
Yes,
very
sir.
helpful.
And if I may, from what I hear, the key question here is the issue of some sort of pecuniary damage or loss. And one side, if I'm understanding correctly, sir, is saying you need to have some sort of financial loss. The other will say, well, it's a question of the value / enjoyment of one's property. Is that about right?
Excellent question. I think that's a decent way to frame it. Member Norman, I will start off by saying the general statute requires any decision that you make in an evidentiary capacity, and now that we've heard evidence on the standing issue, any decision has to be based on competent evidence, specifically competent substantial material evidence, and so you want to make sure that you have enough evidence proffered in the record for a decision. In this case, it is on standing. The statute for standing in quasi-judicial matters, it requires there's four types of standing, essentially. I believe council will agree with me that what we're referring to here is anyone else who would suffer special damages as a result of the decision. That part of the statute, which for the record is General Statute 160D-1402, subsection C, subsection 2. And so the issue before this board is whether or not Mr. High will suffer special damages as a result of the decision being appealed. Special damages, I'm reading from the quasi-judicial handbook from the UNC School of Government. When it comes to special damages, being a resident or taxpayer in the jurisdiction is not sufficient. And so in order to participate in the matter being considered by a decision-making board, a person seeking to participate in the judicial proceeding must show that he or she will likely be harmed by the decision in a way that is different from the impact on the general public or community at large. Key factors considered in whether there is a credible allegation of special damages include proximity to the property affected, impacts on property values, and such secondary impacts as harms caused by traffic, noise, stormwater, runoff, and the like. And that is from a Supreme Court decision, Mangum v. Raleigh Board of Adjustment, which I think is a seminal case on the issue of standing. One thing I would note, when it comes to competent evidence, I would like to remind the board the General Assembly has told us in certain instances what is considered competent evidence. Specifically, you need expert opinion, or rather, I will phrase it, opinion testimony of lay witnesses cannot necessarily be considered competent evidence when it comes to the use of property in a particular way affects the value of other property, so property value, the increase in vehicular traffic resulting in a proposed development that poses a danger to the public. That's not something lay person can necessarily testify to. And then any matters about which only expert testimony would generally be admissible under the rules of evidence. And for the record, that statute is 160D, 1402, subpart J, subpart 3, referring to competent evidence. So I'm sorry, I know it's a mouthful, but I want to make sure we frame the legal rule for your determination as to Mr. High's standing. Is there anything based on that? I would ask that if there's any counsel that would like to add to, or anyone wants to take exception, that they put that on the record.
Yeah, I was going to give both sides, both.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chair.
I certainly have no objection to the standard that he just recited to the board, because that's the standard from which I was arguing my motion to dismiss and my objection. You've heard nothing about any damages peculiar to Mr. High that's distinct from the rest of the neighborhood and the community as a whole that surrounds him, in fact, even intervenes him. You've actually heard him say that it's less of a noise problem at his house than it is at the others. He's offered no noise readings from any engineer. He's offered no traffic studies from any traffic. Of course, he didn't mention that. He's offered no appraisal to show any diminution in value to his property. He's said that he's not sought medical treatment for anything that he alleges he sustained as a result of the alleged noise he's hearing from my client's property. He simply cannot satisfy the requirements under the law for standing.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon again, Board. I agree with Mr. Richardson and Mr. Ferguson about the legal standard that constitutes standing to participate in this hearing. What I disagree with respect to my colleagues' framing of the issue is what constitutes a special damage. Again, I mentioned the Sanchez case, which found that someone losing the visual ability to see a view did constitute a special damage sufficient to confer standing. I do have a copy of that case I'd be glad to provide to all of you. And to that end, my client's statements regarding standing are that his enjoyment of his property is impaired. As I mentioned earlier, the statute or the ordinance that we're discussing is to protect property owners from the exact type of noise that the RIFT is trying to continue emanating. And so my client, though he is the only party who may have the financial means to appeal this case, certainly may not be the only party who is affected, and allowing him to participate would allow for those interests to be heard before this hearing and a full litigation of the facts before you. So we would ask that you determine that he does have standing, that you would allow us to participate in the hearing regarding his appeal, that you would sustain his appeal, and that you would also allow us to participate in the appeal that the RIFT has proffered to you as well.
Can I ask a question? In the case you're referring to where the party lost their water view, was there an appraisal presented of the diminution of value without the water view versus with the water view? Did they have expert evidence, I guess is my question.
Allow me to review this case to ensure that I'm giving you the exact correct answer. So if I may have one moment.
Oh, sure. You're good.
Can I ask a different question in the interim while she's looking at that?
Unless you want her to answer it. I want her to be able to hear what's going on. So we'll just take a second.
I see. Okay, thank you.
In the Sanchez case, there was no expert testimony. It was the petitioner herself, as well as her husband, who testified about the loss of their specific view. And they testified both before the board, much like yourselves, as well as the ultimate trial court that heard the case.
I'm sorry. Now your question, sir.
So Trey, a question for you. I want to make sure I heard you right when you were talking about the definition of special damages. You said something to the effect of that you need to show harm that's different than what I heard was the general public?
That is correct, Member Thompson.
Okay. So the general public could be, could that be defined as anyone in downtown Wilmington? Anybody in the city limits?
So I believe general public or community at large is the test here. Unfortunately, I don't think we have, at least to my knowledge, we don't have appellate cases that tell us what the definition of that is.
So that's an open question, but you wouldn't necessarily have to be within 1,000-foot radius of the subject property to be considered general public, right?
I don't believe so. I think what it's getting at here is that when it comes to community at large or the general public, it is about the surrounding properties and the property as it pertains to the surrounding public, not necessarily the entire public of the city of Wilmington, but in that area. But no, I would agree with your statement that the 1,000-foot buffer that might be implemented in another city code provision is not necessarily a definition for what is general public and what is not.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, may I say one thing about her case?
Sure.
Her case actually supports the argument I'm making. The folks in that case claimed that they lost their view. Their view would be hampered. They're talking about their distinct damage versus the rest of the public. They were going to lose their specific view. That is far different. That is an element that is a distinct damage to established standing as opposed to anybody hearing noise in the community as a whole.
Okay, thank you. I'll let you.
I would reiterate to the board that then any person who would be within that 1,000-foot radius who is intended to be protected by that buffer would have standing. That is what we would offer. Anyone who is going to be affected, their enjoyment of their property is going to be affected by the conduct that would result from an unfavorable determination of this case, would have the ability to appeal. So we, again, believe that that case supports our position. If you have any further questions, we're glad to answer them.
I do.
Yes, sir.
And just in the support of damages, I just think can get more into that aspect.
Sir. I'll reiterate what my client mentioned earlier. It has affected his ability to sleep. It's affected his ability to make reasonable use of his property, to have people over, to enjoy his property to the fullest extent like we would all like to. It has affected his ability to work in a productive manner. He may not have sought leave of his work in order to alleviate those concerns, but I'm sure you're all familiar with people who They get up and they go to the job whether they are tired or not. I think that speaks more to my client's character and his desire to see a good resolution rather than to speak against him. He's just continuing to have to deal multiple times per week, as he stated, with the ongoing emanating noise, and he's hopeful that this will resolve that issue. So the damages that he's alleging are the use and enjoyment of his property in a way that is reasonable and aligned with the purpose, intent, and spirit of the city code.
Okay. And as far as statements related to values of real estate and that, we don't have anything to submit to support that value. We do have, like I said, I appreciate the personal side of that, and I do think that should be in the consideration. But anything related to financial, is there an appraisal? Have you had appraisal by any professional?
There are no appraisals that we have to submit. If I can confer with my client for one moment about if there's any additional evidence. There's no further evidence at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson, just for the process and procedure of this, the way my understanding is that I, as the chair, have to make that decision of standing, or can I bring everyone in? Like, the board has the ability to overrule anything I do, but can I do it as a consensus?
So in this posture, because we are on a motion to dismiss, I believe it is incumbent on the full board to make a ruling on the motion itself. I think had we been in a different posture where there was an objection, then that goes to the chair and then to the full board. And so I believe the full board needs to make a determination as to standing.
I like your answer. Thank you.
So I got a question.
Yes, sir.
As to the definition of competent substantial material evidence, I think, we talked about no layperson can establish that. It's got to be an expert opinion. Understand that correctly? Is that correct?
For certain matters to be considered competent. So the
Okay.
General Assembly has said when it comes to the use of property that affects the value of other property, the increase of vehicular traffic, or any matters about which only expert testimony would be admissible, those three buckets of evidence cannot be sustained as competent evidence from a layperson. It essentially requires expert testimony.
Understood. But as to use and enjoyment of your personal property, is there a standard that would require expert testimony on that?
To my knowledge, I do not believe there is a standard for use and enjoyment. You can credit the appellant, Mr. High's testimony as to use and enjoyment. However, I would just reiterate that the framing here is special damages distinct to Mr. High as opposed to the general public community at large, and then making sure you have enough competent material substantial evidence to support that finding.
Is use and enjoyment considered a evidence that is able to be considered in this case?
I believe so, if I'm understanding your question. The Mangum v. Raleigh Board of Adjustment case at the Supreme Court, in that instance, now that case was decided prior to the 160D statute, but courts have still used that case when looking at special damages. In that situation, there were property owners that came and talked about issues about littering with an adult establishment was coming in next to an area of Raleigh, and businesses came out and they said there would be vandalism, traffic, runoff, littering, and the Supreme Court in that case found that those allegations were enough to sustain standing as to the appeal itself.
Does standing fail if you don't have some sort of expert opinion to support, material like monetary damages or something that an expert could affirm? Or is there any situation where you couldn't have an expert to affirm something such as use and enjoyment, and would that be able to be upheld? And would that still meet the standard for standing?
So I believe your question is really two parts. When it comes to economic value of a property, economic value of a property, the general statute is going to require expert testimony.
Sure, absolutely.
When it comes to use and enjoyment, that's a closer call. And if it's use and enjoyment in terms of economic value, then an expert's required. If it's use and enjoyment for some other reason. And so Ms. Lee cites the Sanchez v. Town of Beaufort, the water view situation. Now, in that case, it was aesthetics, but as Mr. Richardson points out, also talked about a loss in value. But in that case, which predates this expert requirement for property value, that case was decided before that. And so it is a closer call without an expert, and that's what the board's role is here today.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for that clarification. I was beginning to think along the same lines. But let me turn, if I may, to Mr. Richardson then. And forgive me, I can't remember the name of the case you cited about standing. Does it say anything about this apparent distinction then between, I'm going to perhaps not use the proper terminology, a special damage that is not necessarily economic but involves use and enjoyment in a broader, perhaps more amorphous sense?
So that's the Cherry v. Wisner case. It does not talk about use and enjoyment. Instead, what it talks about, which is the key that I think is getting lost in all the weeds, is, and it's important, is has Mr. High shown you evidence today that his harm, going to the use and enjoyment, since that's what we seem to be focusing on, is his use and enjoyment harm distinct and special as to him and his property, as opposed to the general public and the community at large around him? He can't prove that based upon his testimony, where he's told you that the people that intervene in their properties between his home and the rift, we'll just call it the rift, they have a greater impact than he does. But they're not here to complain about it. They've not filed any appeals about this. It's just Mr. High. And he's not proffered to you anything that shows that the harm of his use and enjoyment is special and distinct above and beyond the surrounding community in which he lives and is surrounded by other properties. The noise is just being heard by him and the other neighbors, according to him. Obviously, they're not here for me to be able to cross-examine, so I'm not sure that's competent evidence, but taking his testimony as true, he's not alleged anything that's separate or distinct to cause special damages above and beyond what the general public is experiencing.
Thank you for your point.
If
Yes,
I
yes,
may
ma'am.
respond to that, thank you so much. I think the key to what Mr. Richardson, to get to the heart of what he's saying about the general public, Mr. High's harm is different from the general public, because not every person within the city of Wilmington lives within 1,000 feet of the rift, nor do they live within 1,000 feet of a bar that would be subject to this type of restriction, nor do they live within 1,000 feet of a bar that would violate this type of restriction. And so the special harm, again, that's being alleged is to say it's particular to our property because we are suffering within that 1,000 feet. So it's separate and distinct from the remainder of the public. It is distinct to his property. And to say that there are not other people here to point at an empty chair and say that no one else exists simply because they're not here, I think is an oversimplification for this board as well. Again, I'm sure you're all familiar with the cost of attorneys, how much time and effort it requires in order to retain someone like myself or Mr. Richardson in order to prosecute an appeal of this nature. And so to say that just because no one else is here doesn't mean that there are not others who could likewise establish what we contend is that special damage. We are going to lose the use and enjoyment of our property in a very real way if this is allowed to continue. So that, again, would be our point as to the special damage.
All right. Any other questions from commissioners? For procedure's sake, Mr. Ferguson, for the fact if Mr. Hyde was found to have standing, how that looks in the process procedure. I want everyone to understand by making a decision whether he has it or does not, what his role is moving forward.
So I think what I'll do is in both situations. If the board, just to make sure you understand the implication, Mr. Richardson has lodged a motion to dismiss Mr. Hyde's appeal and has asked that he not participate in Mr. Richardson's client's appeal based on standing. And so if you find that Mr. Hyde does not have standing, then he will not participate in the remainder of the hearing, that his appeal will be dismissed and the evidentiary hearing will be between Mr. Richardson and the city attorney based on that zoning interpretation. If you find that Mr. Hyde does have standing, meaning that you have found that he has special damages and that you have competent material substantial evidence to support that finding, then he would move forward and participate in the consolidated appeal, which is to say he has his own appeal, but he will be able to address Mr. Richardson's arguments, cross-examine Mr. Richardson's witnesses, and so participate fully as a party if he has standing.
Okay. And that, yeah, that's what I wanted to get through that part of it. And then also, like when we go into the other part, anyone that testifies has to have actually relevant information. So moving forward, Mr. Hyde would also have to, anything he would say if he was found not to have standing would have to have support.
Yes, when it comes to a full evidentiary hearing, anyone that's speaking who is not a witness of a party, who's coming to speak on the appeal itself has to demonstrate the threshold issue of whether or not they have standing. So if a neighbor were to show up and want to be heard on the appeal of that land use interpretation, the first question for this board is, do they have standing to participate in that discussion?
Right, yeah, because some of our other boards, that's why I wanted to have it during this conversation. A lot of other boards, you come in and give your opinion. That's not what our board is.
That is correct. This is a quasi-judicial board. This is not an advisory board. It is not a board with public comment, period. This is quasi-judicial, so acting as if you are a court of law hearing these matters.
All right, thank you. Other questions before we I'm going to let each of you summarize Anybody, any other questions?
I've got one question about what Mr. Ferguson just said.
Sure.
And I may have missed this, so I apologize. But is the appeal that Mr. Hyde's making, is that 6B on our agenda here?
Yes.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
So the motion to dismiss is to dismiss that entire appeal, 6B, which we've joined with 6A.
That's correct.
And and that's another consequence if, so that's not, okay, so if his standing is not upheld and it's revoked or whatever, will there be a separate action to determine whether 6B is to move forward or not?
No, Member Thompson. So when you made the decision to consolidate, and the reason I think the reason you all consolidated was A and B deals with the same staff interpretation of a zoning ordinance. They're appealing the same interpretation. So if you find that Mr. Hyde does not have standing, 6B will be dismissed, and that will be a final order for which Mr. Hyde will have the remedy of appealing to Superior Court if he so chose.
Right. Okay, but we'll still move forward on the whole.
But we'll still move forward on the consolidated appeal, but at that time it will just be the A.
And A and B, reading the case summaries are identical.
Yeah, they are identical. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so right now what's before us is to make that decision. But before we make the decision, I want to give each 2 minutes, if you need that much, to just summarize your position, your point. I will start with you, Mr. Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to belabor the point. The case law that you've heard today, the key is, have you heard substantial material and competent evidence from Mr. Hyde that shows that he has suffered special damages that are distinct from the rest of the community as a whole in his area? The mere fact that he's located 1,000 feet or 957 is not dispositive. It's whether or not his alleged injury is special compared to the rest of the community as a whole. Is his use and enjoyment significantly impacted above and beyond, distinctly from the rest of the community as a whole? You look to Ms. Lee's case law. In that case, the person in Mr. High's shoes said, my line of sight of the water is going to be impacted, that the other members of the public either don't possess or can't show that's going to be impacted. But my line of sight is going to be impacted distinctly above and beyond, to my detriment, than the community as a whole. And so when you take that all together, what you've got here is Mr. High is seeking to just challenge something that's an advisory opinion for which he has no meat in the game on. And so for those reasons, we would ask that you grant the motion to dismiss, and we'll get on with our appeal with respect to this outdoor amplified noise.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lee.
And again, to keep it brief, our contention is that we have proved special damages by establishing through my client's testimony that his use and enjoyment has been significantly impaired in a way that is distinct from the general public. It is similar to those that are within the 1,000-foot buffer that the council intended to protect, but it is distinct in every way that is impactful from the general public. And so for that reason, we would ask this board to determine that my client would suffer special damages as a result of this decision, and to allow him to continue participating and deny the motion to dismiss.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ferguson, anything you'd like to add?
No, Mr. Chair, again, here for you to deliberate, ask questions of me, happy to clarify any of the legal standards for you.
Okay. Does the city have anything they would wish to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The city does not wish to be heard on standing. Same position as before. Thank you.
So I just wanted to make sure. All right, thank you. All right, so we've heard that point. It's to determine the standing of Mr. High.
Well, I circle back to what constitutes standing, which is expert, competent information, and Mr. High, no detriment, but a layperson, not an expert. And the damage to his home is, in my mind, not peculiar or distinct from any alleged damages to anyone else's home between the rift and his property. So I don't see how Mr. High has standing to proceed.
Other thoughts?
I would take a slightly different view on that. I do believe his harm is different than the general public, however you want to define that, as was stated in the statute. And the type of harm he has sustained is not able to be substantiated by an expert opinion. He is, a layperson, but his use and enjoyment, I think, constitutes harm, and it is not something that is able to be substantiated by some expert. I mean, only he would know that. It's an assertion, it's an opinion, and given that he is within the 1,000 feet proximity of the subject property, I feel like that is a unique kind of harm that has to be considered.
Others?
Yeah, yes, if I may, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say three things. One, I would find that Mr. High is in the class of persons that should be protected by the rules that are in place, because he appears to be within the 1,000-foot buffer or zone. I also feel that though, because we are talking about use and enjoyment as opposed to a fairly specific economic harm or damage that you could put a financial value on, I don't think we would need to have that expert testimony. But number three, though, I don't find that, I would not find that as a matter of fact, he has any he has demonstrated that he has suffered any special damages above and beyond anybody that would otherwise be in that 1,000-foot zone. So therefore, I too concur with my colleagues, I think, in the result, but I get there slightly differently. Thank you.
Yeah, I can see both sides, and as far as the professional definition of what damage is, we don't seem to find, but I do feel for the client, and I would be more inclined to see that he does have standing since he is seeming to suffer damage. So it's a very difficult thing to make a decision on.
All right, and then just procedurally, because of this ruling only requires a majority, so it does not require the 4/5.
That is correct.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure we have that recorded. All right, if there is anyone that'd like to make a motion to whether Mr. High has standing or does not have standing?
I would make a motion that Mr. High lacks standing to pursue this case.
Okay, there's been a motion that Mr. High does not have standing. Is there a second?
I second on the basis of my previous statements. Thank you.
All right, so there's been a motion and it's been second. And because of the vote, I'm going to ask that all those in favor of the motion raise your hand as a yes.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify.
Yes, sir.
I believe the motion on the floor is
No standing.
that there is no
There is no
standing.
standing, that's correct.
Which is effectively granting the motion to dismiss Mr. High's appeal. So I just want to make it very clear what the motion on the floor is, and so when you ask for yes is to find that Mr. High does not have standing.
I will amend my motion to say that Mr. High does not have standing and that the motion to dismiss by Mr. Richardson is upheld.
Is granted.
Is granted.
All right, and just for the record, you second?
Second.
All right, it's been a motion and a second. That being the case, all those in favor of that motion, raise your hand and say yay. 3, and those that are no. All right, it was found that Mr. High does not have standing. Thank you, appreciate your time. All right.
Mr. Chair, if you want to entertain maybe a 2-minute recess.
Yes, sir, yeah, we'll be back in a few minutes, thank you. All right, thank you for your patience. Amy, are you good to? Good, okay. Is everyone? Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and reopen the Board of Adjustment meeting. It is 3:40. It's going to be related to the item of related to 2144 Wrightsville Avenue, the appeal of a zoning interpretation of what constitutes outdoor amplified sound. And Brian Chambers is going to be doing the report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We are down to one evidentiary hearing for an appeal to the zoning interpretation of what constitutes outdoor amplified sound. This is kind of a summary of how we got here. A zoning interpretation was requested by a business owner on February 6th. Staff provided that interpretation on February 27th, and then we received that appeal on March 30th. Just a little bit of background on what the code says about amplified sound and outdoor amplified sound. There are multiple references throughout the code that refer to these two types of uses. Those are summarized in the box on the right-hand side of your screen. These generally prohibit outdoor amplified sound within prescribed distances of residential zoning. These distances range from outright prohibited in our RO district to 200 up to 500 up to 1,000 feet from these uses. Our land development code does not currently have a definition for outdoor amplified sound. Our noise ordinance has a definition for amplified sound, which is any sound or noise, including the human voice, that is increased in volume or intensity by means of electrical power. This is the zoning interpretation that was created based on this request. The official interpretation identifies amplified sound associated with non-residential uses as the use of equipment operated by the associated business that is designed to increase any sound or noise in volume or intensity by means of electrical power. The interpretation further goes to state that the outdoor amplified sound provisions apply to uses of equipment to amplify sound in the open air, including structures that are not fully enclosed, such as pergolas and gazebos. The amplification equipment located inside an enclosed building shall not be subject to the outdoor amplified sound restrictions. The term outdoor speakers was found to be redundant in the code and carries the same meaning as amplified sound. These restrictions would not be applied to temporary uses. They have separate standards that are applied through the code. And then all uses will remain subject to the sound limits of the city's noise ordinance. That is staff's presentation. I'd like to enter our report and presentation into the record, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
All right. Questions for?
I have just one clarification question. Is application equipment located inside an enclosed building shall not be subject to the outdoor amplified sound restrictions? That doesn't mean if you've got your amplifier inside but the speakers outside, you're fine, right?
No, it would have, the amplifier and the speakers would have to be inside the structure.
Both, okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a question. Is there anything in the zoning regarding decibel levels as far as numbers?
The decibel levels are contained in the city's noise ordinance, not in the land development code.
If I may, Chair,
Yes,
a couple
sir.
questions. So one, I believe you stated that the initial complaint was made by a business. Is that
The requested interpretation was made by a business.
Oh,
owner.
was made by a business, okay. But given that, and there was a previous screen that showed, I guess, different types of zones, right? Business, residential, and so forth. Does that matter in this case? In other words, are we talking about one of these particular land development code types of zones, or are we talking about all of them when you?
We're talking about every reference in the code to outdoor amplified sound and what constitutes outdoor amplified sound. So those are references where the code has a standard that's being applied based on what outdoor amplified sound is. The interpretation was requested to determine what actually constitutes outdoor amplified sound.
All right, forgive me, I guess I'm being a little slow. But this interpretation then is basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, importing to a greater or lesser extent what the noise ordinance says into any and all of the zones as defined by the land use ordinance?
The noise ordinance stands alone and will continue to stand alone.
Oh, for sure. But why then is there a need for zoning interpretation that seems to be based on the noise ordinance? Or am I, again, missing something? Sorry, sir.
So we were just pulling from the noise ordinance here to show that there is another definition in the whole city code that defines what amplified sound is. There is not a definition for amplified sound, outdoor amplified sound in the land development code, which is what the interpretation was requested for.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. Now I understand better. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Richardson, you want to do a presentation for your client?
I believe Mr. Evans was going to put on his case, and then I would be able to question Ms. Painter.
That was my intention.
I can go.
Planning Director Linda Painter is here, and she was the author of the opinion, and she's prepared to testify. I don't really have any questions for her, but I was going to allow her to make a statement, and that would give Mr. Richardson a chance to ask questions if he wants to.
That works.
Mr. Richardson, did you have any questions for Brian?
Not right now, I might later.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, good afternoon, members of the board. As Mr. Evans stated, I was the author of the interpretation that is being appealed this afternoon. Brian did an excellent job summarizing that interpretation, how I reached it. It is based on the rules of interpretation from the Land Development Code. I used definitions both from the city code as well as from the dictionary to determine what outdoor amplified sound was and how that should be applied. And I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has.
All right, so I would assume you'll have questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Good afternoon. It's a little awkward, so I'm just going to look this way, and hopefully if you can't hear me, just let me know. So Ms. Painter, when was the land development code in question passed?
I believe it went into effect in December of 2021. I would have to check on the adoption date.
Okay. Prior to this edition of the code, passed on or around December of 2021, did the old code have anything in it regarding outdoor amplified sound?
I do not know that. I would have to review the old code to see what was in there.
Is the old code even available online for someone like me to find? Do you know?
Yes.
Because I've been trying to find it, and I could not do that today. But okay, so in reviewing the zoning determination request that was made, did you actually try to go back and look at the old code provisions for any guidance on your interpretation?
No, I used the code that was in effect at the time the interpretation was requested.
Okay. In looking at your interpretation, and I don't, does the board have a copy of the interpretation in front of you?
It's in our package, yes.
Perfect,
yes, sir.
okay, all right. Ms. Painter, how long have you been with the city in zoning?
I've been the planning director since July 5th, 2022.
Before that, were you employed with the city?
No.
Are you familiar with my client's property in question, the Rift and the mess hall and the open space between the two?
Generally.
Okay. If looking at page 2 of the code's rules of interpretation, do you see subparagraph C?
The words may and should are permissive?
No, this is on page 2.
Oh, sorry.
Of your
Above.
It's under section 18-6 of the code.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at the
C.
wrong C.
Okay, and do you agree with that statement that if there's a use that's unidentified in the code, then that the owner is not on notice of that particular use being prohibited or otherwise regulated, that that shall be liberally construed in favor of the landowner as to that permitted use?
For uses that are not addressed, yes.
Okay. Have you ever pulled any of the prior uses of the property preceding this interpretation to see what kinds of approvals and permits were out there?
I believe the immediate prior use was for a bar, and that was a change of use to a bar. Nightclub, bar nightclub.
Was that in the Rift building or the mess hall building, or do you recall?
The Rift building.
And just so we're clear, the city's position of this outdoor amplified sound is that so long as the amp and the speakers, the sound is located inside the building, if it's emanating outside, that's okay. That's not outdoor amplified sound.
Correct.
Would someone playing music on their cell phones on speaker outside constitute amplified sound?
Not unless it was that cell phone was owned and operated by the business. The interpretation is limited to equipment that is being operated by the business.
So what if the patrons at the business, have you ever been to or you've seen on these sport events where people are able to go into an app and be synchronized with music at the concert venue?
I have not, but.
So if patrons were able to use their phones to pull up music that's being played from inside, outside, would that be a violation of the outdoor amplification sound?
So if that equipment is not operated by the associated business, no, it would not be a violation.
Okay. And I believe I heard the qualifier about electrical power. Can someone with just musical instruments that are not powered by electricity be outside playing their instruments to create music?
If it's not amplified by electrical power under this interpretation, yes.
You're familiar with my client's LED screen at the property between the mess hall and the Rift?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Sound emanating from that screen, would you consider that to be in violation of the outdoor amplified sound interpretation?
Yes.
Are you aware that that screen was requested for approval by my client and was approved by the city to be placed there?
I am, and I'm also aware that in that approval, it specifically stated that it was a screen on which images could be projected. It was a very limited approval.
So, an NBA Finals game being projected on the screen is fine so long as there's no sound coming from it.
Correct.
Was that in the old LDC?
I can't speak to that.
Now, I want to make sure we've got this on the record too. With respect to your interpretation is narrowly confined solely to the interpretation of the outdoor amplified sound interpretation.
Correct.
Okay. This doesn't have anything to do with any vested uses of the property of my clients?
No.
Doesn't have anything to do with any pending notices of violation on the property about this interpretation?
This interpretation applies to outdoor amplified sound on any property in the city that is subject to those regulations. It was not specific to 2044 Wrightsville Avenue.
So this has nothing to do either with reducing the buffer on the property by doing a 50-foot buffer and a 100-foot buffer in times of operation?
This is solely an interpretation of outdoor amplified sound.
Have you ever been asked to make this interpretation on amplified outdoor sound before this matter?
No.
Do you know whether or not it's ever come up amongst staff with respect to a property owner before this one?
I do not.
So in looking at, let me actually go to your. Thank you, Ms. Painter. I don't have any further questions of her at this time.
All right, thank you. Anything from the city?
Just really briefly, if you'll allow it. Ms. Painter, your zoning interpretation just had to do with the request that came in, is that right?
Correct.
And you answered those questions just now with respect to the interpretation you made, is that right?
Yes.
That was not specific to other regulations, which may be in the LDC, which may regulate times, distances, things like that.
Correct.
Your opinion had nothing to do with that, and your interpretation had nothing to do with that. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Questions from members? All right. Any other questions? All right. So, city, do you have any? Sean, do you have anything else?
No, sir. That would be the presentation from the city. Thank you.
All right. Well, and now we'll move to the the applicants, the appellant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully, we'll make this as quick as possible, but I would like to call Catherine Thurston as a witness to testify, and I do have as an exhibit her subpoena that brought her here today. If I can approach and hand that into the record, unless the city has any objection.
The city didn't have an objection to the subpoena, and whether the city objects to the subject matter, we'll make that objection at the appropriate time, if so.
All right, sure. We can. All right. So we'll go ahead and admit Exhibit 2 as the subpoena. City is good with that? All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Thurston, will you state your name for the record, please?
Catherine Thurston.
And I thank you for being here today, Ms. Thurston. I'm sorry I had to send you a subpoena. Did you receive the subpoena and accept service of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can you pull your microphone a little closer to you, please? We're having trouble hearing you. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Ms. Thurston, what was your former position with the city?
I served as the city zoning administrator for about 10 years.
Can you give me the approximate time range of that?
It was the 10 years preceding December of this past year, 2025. So about 2015 to 2025.
And in your role as the city's zoning administrator, were you kind of the head of zoning enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you, from time to time, be asked by property owners to give a zoning determination?
Yes, very frequently.
Okay. Just generally describe for the board what the purpose of getting such a zoning determination is in terms of the property owner, the importance to that property owner.
Buyers would frequently request these just to make sure that they were able to make whatever use of their property that they had planned for it. A lot of times lenders would require it to loan money for a property. So just for property owners to do their due diligence and make sure that they could do what they wanted to do with the property before they purchased it.
Make sure they're in compliance with the zoning.
Yes, sir.
And with respect to the properties in question, are you familiar with the rift and the mess hall and the area between them?
I am.
Were you, obviously you were a zoning administrator when the old land development code was replaced by the current one?
Yes.
From your recollection, do you recall the old LDC ever including provisions pertaining to outdoor amplified sound?
I believe that maybe in the mixed-use district, there may have been some provisions pertaining to outdoor speakers for drive-throughs, but I'm not aware. I don't recall if there were other provisions.
Give me a second here.
And that would be the MX, not the urban mixed use.
Do you remember something to the effect of electronically amplified sound for meeting and event centers?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember anything about amplified microphones or bullhorns for governing food trucks?
I do not specifically remember that either.
All right. In your recollection of the old code, was there any separate use for outdoor seating and activity prior to this new code?
No, that was specifically written for the new code.
Mr. Chair, I have a document labeled Exhibit 3. Unfortunately, I had stuff stapled to it that shouldn't have been. Just give me a second. May I approach, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Ms. Thurston, do you recognize Exhibit 3?
Mr. Chair, can I request an opportunity to review it before we proceed with questioning?
Yes, yes,
Thank
sir.
you. May I have about 3 minutes?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Apologies.
Thank you.
All right, sir. You're good to proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Thurston, the letter that's before you, is that what you were referring to earlier as a zoning determination letter that you issued
Yes,
back on March 24th, 2021?
yes.
Okay. And does that zoning determination involve the parcels of the parking lot for the mess hall building itself, and the outdoor area between the mess hall and the Rift?
To the best of my knowledge, I haven't checked the parcel ID numbers, but yes, that was the intent.
Okay. And was that zoning determination requested by the property owner when you issued it?
I do not recall who requested the zoning verification letter.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to make just a brief objection as to relevance and ask to be heard briefly on that.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My objection, and not to belabor the point, but this is not the subject property. In fact, there is no subject property, and in review of the determination letter here, it doesn't have anything to do with outdoor amplified sound, as best I can tell, which is subject of this hearing. So I would just tender to the board that I don't see the relevance of the document, and that's the basis of my objection. Thank you.
All right, that's noted. And Ms. Richardson, I tend to agree with him, but
I apologize. It's a tricky situation, which you'll hear when I give a closing summation. But this property has been in use for several years, including predating this current LDC. So I just wanted to make sure that this zoning interpretation is not something that can be utilized necessarily unless I don't want there to be deemed a waiver of my client's position that we have vested rights that predate the current LDC, which is why I'm kind of putting this in the record. I'm fairly satisfied at this point that the interpretation by Ms. Painter is solely not specific to my client's site, and so I will probably just wrap it up and give you a summation after I'm probably close to being finished at this point.
All right, so we're good, but then Ms. Thurston does not have to address the question, and we'll note because it's Exhibit 3. Do you not wish it to be?
So, Mr. Chair, I believe the objection was an objection for the exhibit to be admitted into the record of this hearing on the basis of relevance. And so it sounds, I don't know if Mr. Richardson is conceding that objection such that Exhibit 3 can be taken out of the record. If not, then it would be for the board to determine whether or not this is relevant for this hearing.
I would say at this point, I'll withdraw the tendering of it, and it may come back up with Mr. Smith testifying, but at this point, I'll withdraw it for consideration.
So just for the record, Exhibit 3 is going to be withdrawn from the record here, which I believe moots the objection. The only thing I would add to the record for this, Mr. Chair, members of the board, this board doesn't necessarily, in this posture, as appealing a staff decision, establish any type of vested right. I'm happy to talk through some of that if we need to, based on Mr. Richardson's arguments. But I just want to make it very clear that this board at this juncture doesn't establish a vested right on a staff appeal.
Right. Our only role is to rule on the violation aspect.
And just to push back a little bit, Mr. Chair, not necessarily a violation, is just to rule on the appeal of the staff interpretation.
Yeah. Wrong verbiage. Thank you. That's why you're here.
I don't have any further questions of Ms. Thurston at this time.
All right. Does the city have any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you.
I would like to call Justin Smith as a witness.
Okay. All right. Are you good with letting Ms. Thurston leave, or do you? All right.
Yes.
I'm happy to stick around.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, will you state your name for the record?
Sure. Justin Smith.
And what is your role with respect to Chill Beers, the applicant that's before the board today?
I am one of 5 owners
Of what?
of Chill Beers LLC and the Rift.
And does Chill Beers run the Rift business?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Are you familiar with the LED screen that you put on the property?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you installed that LED screen on the property, what was the conversations you had with city staff about the purpose behind it?
We wanted to put it up as to show movies and sports and the NFL. We were shifting gears from, as we found out after we opened, from being a live music venue.
Okay. So at the time that was the LED screen approved?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that it was approved, had anyone told you that you couldn't have amplified outdoor sound coming from the LED screen?
No. At that point, to my recollection, the only thing that was discussed was live outdoor music.
Okay. In light of the interpretation by Ms. Painter, what are some of your real concerns if that interpretation is upheld with respect to the Rift?
Yeah, we've adjusted our outdoor noise. Sound is an integral part of any bar or restaurant, setting atmosphere. When we were allowed the television, the investment that we had, we expected to be able to replace the revenue that we were going to lose from not being able to do live music outside with the revenue that we could promote these outdoor activities.
In light of the interpretation, hearing from Ms. Painter with respect to the interpretation, she notes that outdoor amplified sound is nowhere defined in the LDC. Did you see that?
I heard that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And to your knowledge, is there anywhere where outdoor amplified sound is defined explicitly in the LDC?
No.
Under the current interpretation by Ms. Painter, if it's upheld, that would prevent you from using electricity to project sound from the LED screen that the city staff approved you putting on to your property,
Yes, sir. Yeah.
absent pre-existing vested rights and that sort of thing.
Right.
Okay. And so if the interpretation is upheld today, are you concerned about code enforcement issuing a notice of violation if you are having any electrical amplified sound outside at your business properties?
Yes.
And will that have a damaging effect on your property?
Yes, we believe it's necessary. It's a necessary, we need it to operate.
And you're aware, sir, of the noise ordinance that already applies to all sound, whether it's amplified, electrical, or someone yelling with their voice. The noise ordinance controls the level of the noise that can come from your property. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, 65 decibels from our property lines.
Do you believe even having an interpretation and a finding of outdoor amplified sound is even necessary in light of the noise ordinance?
I do not. In fact, we are now operating, using the city noise ordinance because the only people that have proven to be able to show up and enforce it during the times in question have been the police officers who will only go by the city noise ordinance. So we actually take our decibel meters and we go to each of our property lines and we are consistently below 65, and generally traffic from Wrightsville Avenue, if there's more than one car, will hit 72 decibels and overtake our sound.
Earlier, when you were present for the standing issues, have you had to deal with numerous complaints about supposed noise violations at your property?
Yes, numerous complaints, yes.
Have any of them been found to have any merit by the City of Wilmington Police Department?
The one time that it proved to be, that had merit was we had a warning, an official warning on a week that we were allowed to pull, to go backwards, we're allowed to pull 8 permits a year. We had pulled a permit and we had live music, and we had a few noise complaints that night, and that night the police offered us a warning, and we've not had live music since. Nor have we pulled the permit since.
When did this concern first come up? What prompted you to want to request from Ms. Painter a zoning determination on the outdoor amplified sound?
January 12th, the city enforcement showed up. After having 3 months, nearly 3 months of no complaints, they showed up and they started requesting. They gave us a citation. They asked us questions. They pointed and said we were out of compliance in a few areas, and outdoor amplified sound is what came back the next day on a violation. We then met with them on several occasions to try and work through it, and eventually we wanted to figure out exactly what they meant by amplified sound, as we thought we had some arguments.
Have you had to adjust the audio at your business given this definition of outdoor amplified sound?
Adjust, yes. We decided to take down our outdoor speakers. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
You took those down as a means to try and accommodate the city?
To try and accommodate the city. Now all of our sound emanates from inside of our building.
But you can't have any sound emanating from your screen?
We cannot have any sound emanating from our screen.
Even if the sound coming from the screen is well below the noise ordinance levels?
Right. And it is, to our knowledge and to our measurement devices, it has been since we started. Since we've gotten this citation and before, to our knowledge.
Have any of your neighbors immediately surrounding your business ever complained about the noise, to your knowledge?
Yes, to our knowledge, there has been one of our neighbors behind us who we became aware about, and the police have come and actually been to that property that, according to the police, this is both times that we know about, and told them that we were in compliance and that there wasn't a problem. I personally have driven back there to check behind there, and I could hear, I could hear the person vacuuming next to this property over any sound from our building.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I don't have any further at this time. I don't know if the city does.
Does the city have questions of Mr. Smith?
I apologize for the delay. I don't have any questions right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does Commissioner, anyone, any questions of Mr. Smith? It's up to you on
All
your
right.
interpretation.
Forgive me, I just want to make sure I understand from either party, but I'll start with you, if I may, Mr. Richardson. So what is, I guess I'll put it this way, supposed to be the relationship between the zoning interpretation that we have now before us and the decibel levels that have been set previously by the noise ordinance? Because it seems to me, and I could be wrong, that you could have something that is powered, that amplifies through electrical power a given sound, music, and it could either be above or below X decibel level. How could you clarify that for us, please?
Right, so this was going to be part of my closing summation, is basically staff has already admitted in their interpretation that outdoor amplified sound is not defined anywhere in the LDC. They want to draw it from a dictionary, draw it from noise ordinance, etc. But you've got to keep in mind that zoning ordinances have to be strictly construed in favor of the property owner. In the event of an ambiguity, you're supposed to, per 18-6 subcharlie C, liberally construe in favor of Mr. Smith's company. Why does that matter? They're trying to interpret and breathe life into an LDC, a term of outdoor amplified sound that's not defined anywhere in the LDC, unless you take this tortured example, a path of pulling from dictionaries and other provisions in the noise ordinance, all for what? To arbitrarily rule out any outdoor amplified sound, even if it's below your codified noise ordinance. It is arbitrary and it is capricious. It has absolutely no merit, nor any utility to be used. When you've got a noise ordinance, why does it matter? You just heard her. She said you can go out there with a banjo that's not electrified and play music. Why does it matter if it's electrified or non-electrified so long as you're complying with the noise ordinance? And the simple answer is, it doesn't matter. It's an arbitrary and capricious interpretation of a term that isn't defined in the code, that would have already, as you've heard, pretty serious damaging effects to this business owner who has an LED screen at significant cost that cannot even play a football game on it because of the amplified outdoor sound arbitrary interpretation. So that is where I'm coming from with, you've got a noise ordinance. It's enforceable by the police. if the noise ordinance level is 72 decibels and the sound coming from the screen is 50, why does it matter if it's electric or not? All it is an arbitrary application to try and prevent a business owner from carrying out on their property a use. Now, keep in mind, this is a prospective challenge we're making here. We've not actually received a notice of violation of outdoor amplified sound, but if we were to receive one, we would of course challenge that for a couple of reasons, some of which you're hearing now, but also because we believe we have vested rights on this property that don't have anything to do with being regulated by this outdoor amplified sound interpretation.
If I may follow up then. So you're not objecting necessarily to the way in which the city has developed this interpretation to perhaps indeed fill some sort of lacuna? That you're not going to the question of did they do it improperly, come up with this interpretation improperly?
I would never, I mean, Ms. Painter is a very nice lady. The staff is great. I'm saying that I do challenge the interpretation because the interpretation is drawing from things that are not explicitly set out in the LDC. It again is a tortured way of her trying to breathe life into an undefined term. So we do challenge that. And I challenge it not only on the interpretation itself, because it's undefined, so it violates 18-6 subparagraph C for being an ambiguity to be liberally construed in favor of my client. But I also challenge it because I believe it serves no utility. It has no purpose. It is redundant to the noise ordinance, and it shouldn't be in there. It just shouldn't be.
I'm not sure I should go there, but then is this even, forgive me, but is this even ripe? Since, as you say, there's not been an alleged violation based on this interpretation, which is relatively novel.
So if we had not challenged her interpretation, an argument could be made that interpretation became final and binding, and we would, since we're the ones that requested it, then it could be something that we could be barred from contesting again in the event of an actual notice of violation. So it does have that real tangible aspect where we asked for it, we got it, and we're allowed to challenge that interpretation.
So for the city, are we allowed to give what is in essence an advisory opinion?
So I'll let the city answer, but I do want to just kind of frame for the board Member Norman's question, which is a good one. This is an appeal of a staff decision. Now, the staff decision is a zoning interpretation, which was requested by the appellant. And so Mr. Richardson, I think, correctly states that he requested the zoning interpretation, saying we're trying to figure out what the definition is. We're trying to figure out what this means. Can the city tell us how you interpret? And there's a process in the ordinance for that. And so then pursuant to that process, Ms. Painter provided that interpretation, and they disagree with it, and so they are appealing. So in the senseness of ripeness, there is no violation on the property right now, as you heard from Ms. Painter's testimony. However, I do think the appeal as to the interpretation is ripe, and under the general statute for quasi-judicial, your role here is to decide contested facts and to make a decision. And when you're hearing an appeal, you can reverse or affirm wholly or partly, or modify the decision appealed from and make any order, decision, yada, yada, yada. So essentially, you have the right to step in as the planning director and either affirm her interpretation, reverse it, change it as you see fit, but it's essentially a check on the interpretation so that the applicant has the opportunity to appeal what they've requested.
Thank you for both parties clarifying.
Can I ask a question? Sure. So if I understand what you just said, I want to make sure I got it right. The term outdoor amplified sound is used in the Land Development Code. That term is used, but it's not defined, and so this interpretation seeks to fill that gap?
That
Is
may
that
be a
correct?
more appropriate question
yeah.
for staff, but
I agree.
Okay, well, yeah,
I mean,
whoever.
I don't mean to stop Mr. Ferguson, but
I'm going to let staff answer that question.
Okay, sure.
I would say that's exactly what this is intended to do.
Okay, so it's not defined, it's used but not defined. So Ms. Painter has sought to create a definition that could be useful kind of moving forward. So if we decide to adjust that one way or another, would this decision that we make become part of the land development code, or would it just be something that would have to then be reaffirmed by the city or something? How's that work?
Well, part of this interpretation is next step. So if this is upheld by this board, we would take this forward as a code amendment to make it part of the land development code.
As a code amendment. And if it's not, what happens? If it's changed at all?
I'm not sure I'm
If it's
following.
changed at all by this board by even one word, what happens then?
I would have to discuss with staff what would
Okay.
happen. But
I'm
the
just
intent
asking.
is if our interpretation is upheld, we would bring forward a code amendment to make it part of the land development code. If it's
Okay.
changed, then we would have to, I don't have a good answer for that.
Okay, I'm not
Yeah, nothing
predetermining an
we-
outcome, I'm just asking a process question, that's all.
Yes, sir.
yeah, nothing we do, we can't change code, we can't, it's not, that's outside of our purview. All we can do is what is before us state that we uphold or,
Oh,
yeah,
so
so
this-
it's not,
so-
anything we do is not going to write what happened.
Okay,
We're
so that
just gonna-
sounds a little different, so it's a yes or a no to this, as written. It's not a edit it or
No,
suggest
it's
or
not,
anything.
it's not our purview
Got it.
to write zone.
Is that the way?
So just to be clear, the decision you make will be either to say, yes, Ms. Painter got it right, affirm the interpretation. No, I don't think the interpretation's correct, so I'm going to reverse it, in which case, in your written decision, I would advise explaining why that reversal and provide some context and understanding, or to say, I agree with Ms. Painter's decision or her interpretation, but I would do it under different reasoning, and here's why. So your written decision in this case is going to, and that's going to be guided by your discussion here. And so those are kind of your three options when it comes to a ruling on this interpretation. I think what staff is saying, and I'll certainly let them speak to this, but what they're saying is because we have an undefined term, whatever this board decides as to this interpretation, they will then take it further, whether that is through an appeal process with Superior Court to defend the position or to go to the Wilmington Planning Commission, Board of Council, in order to codify whatever this board says. But you are not necessarily changing law. You are acting as a court to interpret what the law is.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else city-wise on that? I guess, and Mr. Richardson, are you done with Mr. Smith as far as witness-wise? We sort of jumped from them to the questions, so I just wanted to see if there's any more questions for Mr. Smith to sort of bring it back into the center.
I have no questions of Mr. Smith at this time.
Okay. And the city doesn't have it. Do you have any further questions of Mr. Smith?
no, I did want to briefly reply to the the board member's initial question to Mr. Richardson.
Yeah.
And Mr. Richardson made some comments about definitions and procedure, and I just wanted to briefly outline that the code does lay out a procedure which Ms. Painter followed, when there is a term that's not, strictly defined. And I understand perfectly well the point that Mr. Richardson's making, but it would be impossible to define every word in a code. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a code, you'd have a dictionary. So that's the reason that we have the process in place for when this situation does come up. There's a procedure, and we followed it here. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Continue on, Mr. Richardson. We're still under your presentation.
I have nothing further at this time.
All right. What we'll do now is we're going to open up the evidentiary hearing. The evidentiary hearing is for other parties that have relevant information that applies to this. Is there anyone that would like to present something that is... Okay, come to,
Well-
come to the thing and we'll have this discussion.
I would object to Mr. Hyde testifying in any way about this.
All right. And before we make that ruling, I do want to consult Mr. Ferguson on this.
So, under 160D 406 for quasi-judicial procedure, when on subsection D, the presentation of evidence, well, I think what you have heard is the evidence presented by the applicant or appellant. You've heard it from the local government, which is the city, and then it says any person who has standing. Those are the three kind of buckets of individuals who can participate as a party to the evidentiary hearing. Party being to assert arguments, to provide evidence, direct examination, cross-examination, which I believe you've seen here today. The statute also says other witnesses may present competent, material, and substantial evidence that is not repetitive as allowed by the board. And so I believe under that, the question becomes, no party has called Mr. High. You don't necessarily have a public hearing component of this. If he is a witness to present competent, material, and substantial evidence that is not repetitive, it can be allowed, but that would be the board's determination. Now, Mr. Richardson has lodged an objection, and the objection, I imagine, is going to be on standing, which the board has already determined to have him participate as a party. So since what I would say is no party has called Mr. High as a witness, the question becomes, can he participate in this, which goes back to the standing issue.
All right. And with your objection of Mr. High has been noted, and I agree with the fact that we had a hearing on standing, and that I don't see anything further. And so I will uphold your objection on that.
Thank you.
The standing case is closed. And I'll reiterate, if there's anyone that you have other witnesses or material information, since we're in the evidentiary hearing, I'll ask commission members to ask any questions of the applicant or the city, since we're in this process.
Yeah, I got one question. Not knowing every situation where the term outdoor amplified sound is used, my question is, how does that term make the burden on a business owner more restricted than just the noise ordinance itself?
So it's more restrictive because he cannot have any sound by means of electrical power, even if it's 2 decibels.
Okay, so that is how it's used in the...
That is how the interpretation is. The amplification, they're saying amplified is defined to be any increase in sound by electrical means. So take the LED screen,
Right.
just say TV, take the TV that he has on the property. Because any electrical sound coming from it under this definition is amplified,
Right.
he can't have it. Even if my definition of amplification is you turn it way up and you're amplifying it above the noise ordinance. Her interpretation is a very stringent, you can't have any electrical sound coming outside.
So I may not be reading the interpretation correctly, but when I read it, I don't see, and somebody help me here, because I may not be seeing it, but I don't see something that says, it defines what outdoor amplified sound means, but it doesn't say that businesses can't have any of it at all. Is there something that says no business can have outdoor amplified sound?
And I've got a question that couples onto him. You know, we've got the chart that says minimum setbacks from single dwelling residential zoning, outdoor seating 500 feet, outdoor seating with limited hours of operation 50 feet, outdoor seating activity with increased buffering standards 100 feet. any associated amplified sound 1,000 feet. I just think, following up on your question, I think this whole thing needs to be kind of redefined. What constitutes amplified sound, where it can be, what the buffers are. I don't think, I think this brings a tremendous question because this is so restrictive. In my mind, it's almost impossible to do anything.
We should let the city, the question you had was directed to the city.
It was directed at the city, I think,
Yeah.
or the city attorney or somebody in the city. I'm trying to understand where the restriction happens. Defining something is one thing, but then where is it applied that makes it restrictive for the business owner?
So I understand what you're asking. When the city gets a request for a zoning interpretation, that request is limited. Here, what the question the city was answering was, what is outdoor amplified sound?
Right.
And providing a definition for that. You're correct that this fits in a bigger scheme of the land development code. And I mean, I think it's beyond the scope of the hearing, but the distances that you were referencing a minute ago, they apply to different uses, and the distance between that proposed use and a residential use, that's how that comes into play. But that wasn't, in my opinion, what the city was asked to answer in the zoning interpretation question that came in. I understand where you're going with it, and it's a good question, but...
May I be heard on that?
Well, it may not have been asked, but it was included in the interpretation.
Yes.
I mean, it's on top of page 5 of Ms. Painter's interpretation.
Could we go back a screen then? Because I think we've got...
I'll let Ms. Painter speak to that since
thanks.
she wrote it. I think she can probably better answer your question than I can.
Okay.
The inclusion in the interpretation was simply to show you where those references are, and that we have several references to outdoor amplified sound. There are different restrictions that go along with that depending on the use, the district. So that was really just background information. The interpretation itself is what is outdoor amplified sound. Once you have that definition, then it becomes, with each individual application, whether it's a 200-foot setback, a 500-foot setback, a 1,000-foot setback, we then have a definition of what outdoor amplified sound is to apply.
And in that definition of outdoor amplified sound, does it defer to the noise ordinance at all? If someone was within, it meets the setback requirements that you set forth, does then the noise ordinance come into play? In other words, if they're within, 100 feet with outdoor seating activity areas with increased buffering, then does the noise ordinance come into play to couple with the land development code?
They work in conjunction with each other, but they're separate. The noise ordinance is not part of the land development code and not, in my opinion, before the board. It operates as a backstop and sets up sound levels that are or not appropriate under the general city code. And Linda, correct me if I'm wrong, I know that you mentioned the noise ordinance in your report, just to provide some context, but Linda wasn't providing any guidance on the applicability or non-applicability of the noise ordinance. It's there, but not before this board.
I understand that, but I guess my concern is, or my question is, it seems like you guys are segregating something that doesn't need to be segregated. I think the noise ordinance should be an integral part of the LDC as it relates to amplified sound and where it can be and at what level it can be played. I mean, I don't necessarily think those two things, in my mind anyway. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I don't think those two things can be totally segregated where you say, well, this doesn't really apply until somebody calls the police. Because
yes, sir.
if there's guidance issued, I can follow rules if somebody just tells me what the rules are.
Yes, sir. In my opinion, the LDC regulates the use and the general code regulates the noise. And that's about as simply as I can break it down. If that creates additional questions, I apologize, but I think they're separate issues.
If I can just kind of add, not to answer a question, but just to kind of reframe this hearing and the question before the board, Member Moore's point is a point well taken, that the challenge here, and the party certainly can correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I'm hearing, the challenge is the use of amplified sound or outdoor amplified sound when it's a use. And so if you have this on the property, we have some other regulations that apply, and that's what Member Moore's getting to. The example being the setbacks, that if this use is considered outdoor amplified sound, then all these setbacks apply. And I believe Mr. Richardson's point there is if that happens, then his client cannot comply with the buffers, and so therefore cannot have outdoor amplified sound. I believe that just is how to frame this. This definition of outdoor amplified sound has the result of X, Y, and Z, but the interpretation itself is how do we define outdoor amplified sound?
But if I may turn to Mr. Richardson, but if we now, if we get a good, for want of a better way of putting it, a definition of outdoor amplified sound, and then the question is how one deals with it, then presumably your client and other businesses can then say, okay, well, I know what I know what the issue is. I therefore need X, Y, or Z types of buffers, and then that becomes a second step. But because now everybody agrees this is what amplified outdoor sound is. How does that relate to these other?
I think
right?
I think to Commissioner Norman's, or I'm sorry, Member Norman's point, what you're discussing are more legislative changes to the ordinance that may occur based on the definition of outdoor amplified sound, which is, again, I think the question before this board is Ms. Painter's definition of outdoor amplified sound correct? Is it not? How would you change it if it's not correct?
Is it sound, in other words?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Thompson, I believe, asked about direct harm on a business. What you've probably forgotten, but one of my questions to Ms. Painter was, can any sound come from the TV screen? And her answer was no. It's only for pictures and images, because you look at her definition, her interpretation on page 6 says, increase any sound or noise in volume or intensity by means of electrical power. So she is saying, if you have any electrical volume, even if it's 1 decibel, you can't have it, which completely eviscerates having a noise ordinance unless it's all non-electrical. It's incongruent with the noise ordinance. What it should be is amplified outdoor sound that's in violation of the noise ordinance is prohibited. But to just arbitrarily say, plug in an electrical socket and there's volume coming out of the TV screen, that somehow is substantively different than someone, picking a guitar that's non-electrical acoustically. And so this bare minimum, this stringent interpretation she's making of all amplified sound is incongruent with the noise ordinance, is incongruent with the buffering. With all due respect to council, they're the ones that have made it an issue about the buffer and the noise ordinance, because that's how they're trying to come up with this tortured interpretation. Amplified, per their definition, to make larger or more powerful, increase, to add to. So again, they're taking that to mean, and it even goes on to say to exaggerate. Yes, if you're amplifying outdoor sound that's going to be violating the noise ordinance, clearly that's prohibited. That's how it should have been interpreted. But instead, it's this all or nothing. Any electrical power plugged in, amplified, can't have it. Doesn't make any sense.
No, sir. Sir, what we're going to, sir, sorry, you cannot. What we're going to do, I want to make sure we get all the questions within the evidentiary, and then each side is going to have the time to present their final summary and to support how they feel we should go. Do we have any other questions that relate to something, a new question, or within the evidentiary? Yes, sir.
I apologize. It's come to my attention that we have a video issue. Can we take a short recess while we address that?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and take a recess. Go ahead and reopen. We appreciate your patience. All right, so now that we were still in the evidentiary hearing when we left, and the city was starting, so we'll shoot back to you like in time from where you were. So any follow-up relating additional information? When we ended, I thought, with your side.
I did not have any additional information.
Okay.
If you had specific questions for staff, I'd certainly invite you to ask that, and do want to be heard in rebuttal at the appropriate time.
We'll have that for both. I just want to make sure everyone has a chance for questions during the evidentiary before we close it.
I do have a question for staff.
Yes, sir.
Okay, question for staff. Is it true that if this definition, as stated, is upheld, and a business had an outdoor amplified sound that was at 30 decibels, well below the noise ordinance level of any situation, that would not be allowed, but a non-amplified sound of 30 decibels that is on the business property that's outside would be allowed?
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Questions within the...
But before you close the evidentiary hearing, Mr. Chair, I want to go back and just make sure I highlight because I think we're getting a little lost on the definitionally, and so I kind of want to bring us and frame this so you can hear additional evidence from either side if you need it, and then you still have this in your mind when they go into their closing summations. So the issue becomes you have an undefined term, and the planning director has created this interpretation of the undefined term, and you've read in her decision, her interpretation, and you've heard her testimony of how she came to that definition. And so I think the question becomes for this board is, in crafting a definition using the rules of interpretation that are cited in her decision, did she do that correctly? Is that the correct definition based on that process? If so, you would affirm the decision. If you think the decision is right but her reasoning is wrong, you have the ability to affirm it and then change the reasoning. You also can say, well, I don't think she followed the correct the correct process based on the code rules of interpretation in the ordinance, and reverse by essentially creating a new definition following the same rules of interpretation. Because the statute says that you shall have all the powers of the official who made the decision. And so you could, in essence, rewrite the interpretation so long as you do it under the code rules of interpretation of the land use ordinance. And so I think I just want to make sure I reframe where your decisions are and what you're really trying to look at here.
Right, and if I can, just for my own clarification here, we're here to determine if a definition of amplified sound is accurate and appropriate or not accurate and appropriate, but there's a lot of discussion about application of this definition. And that's where, to me, decide if a definition is accurate or not is relatively not a cumbersome process. But where all the the noise is coming in, pardon the pun, but where all the noise is coming in is here's how we're going to apply this definition now moving forward. And that's not why we're here. We're not here to determine how it's going to be applied, but we're being told how it's going to be applied. And how it's going to be applied does have an impact on my decision because it's so restrictive that it can't be applied in a manner that is consistent with anything dealing with the noise ordinance.
I would say that is, I agree with how you have framed it. What I would say is the decision is not necessarily is the definition correct and appropriate. It's did the administrator, the planning director, did she get to that definition the correct way under rules of interpretation? And I believe, and to Mr. Richardson's point and his argument that I'm sure you're going to hear, he is saying that case law says X, Y, and Z when you're coming up with an interpretation. He's talked about arbitrary and capricious is the process by which we created this. And so that is for you all to balance, to figure out is the process to get to the definition that you have, was that done correctly?
Did that answer your question? No. So let's, okay. So let's elaborate on that then. Just let him finish, please. Where is the hole?
Well, again, from what everyone is telling us, we are not tasked with saying, yeah, this is the right definition of amplified sound, or this is the wrong definition of amplified sound. Everything coming in from the side is saying, this is the definition, and if you uphold it, this is how we're going to apply it. You can't have any sound coming out of a television if it's outside. You can't have any sound. I mean, if I plug in a bug zapper and a bug hits it, that's amplified sound.
Could I reply briefly?
Yeah.
And I don't know if it'll help or not, but the code interpretation that was made isn't about whether or not you can or can't do it. That's really not in front of the board. It's just what is the definition of amplified sound, not that application of it, but what does it mean?
Yeah, I understand that, but we're getting a lot of application. Can you do this under this definition? No. Can you do this under this definition?
I probably should have objected. I don't think that's appropriate because I don't think that's what the board's here to do. You're here to say whether Linda made the right definition or not.
Right.
So, but anyway, that'll be my position when I do my summation, but I understand where you're coming from.
So if the process of creating the definition was the appropriate process, but this board thought that the definition that was created, I'm going to use an absurd example, had nothing to do with sound, but the process to create the definition was the appropriate process, would we have no ability to say that, to even opine on the nature of the definition? I mean, so is it the content of the definition is not in our purview? It's just the process of how the definition came up? Is that the only thing we can decide upon?
Member Thompson, I think if the process was done correctly, then if you believe the process was done correctly under your rules of interpretation, then the definition we got to is the right answer, if that's what you find. If you're saying, well, I don't necessarily, I think, maybe this plain meaning or maybe the way in which you got to this definition, I think something's wrong with that process, then the definition's not correct. And I think that's to Mr. Richardson's point when he's saying, well, you have this other ordinance of import, and so those examples. As to your opinion on the resulting definition, if you believe that the resulting definition, now you could determine under general rules of statutory construction that the definition itself is absurd results. That's certainly a factor for you to consider whether or not that process led to the correct definition and how it might need to be changed. But if you just don't like the definition because you think it's unclear, you don't think it's fair to a party, that's not really within this board's purview.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Okay, and I like the definition of what has been called amplified sound. And I'm looking at this screen that's got the background. So the LDC has references to amplified sound, but there's no definition for it. And now you've created a definition that's going to be applied. If we approve this, it's going to be applied to the LDC because there is no definition for it. And now we will have a definition. So once we approve this, if we deny the appeal, this will go into effect immediately, so there will be no amplified sounds outside of businesses. Is that correct?
I believe what you're saying is fundamentally correct in that if you say, yes, the definition, the process, her interpretation is correct, and therefore this is the definition, then the city will be using that definition moving forward unless there's a legislative change by council. However, it would not go automatically into effect. There's certainly appeal rights that Mr. Richardson and his client may pursue to the next level to say this interpretation is incorrect and here's why. You could also reverse in the city go through an appeal process. So to say it goes immediately into effect, I think I take exception to that part, but moving forward, if there's no appeal, then yes, this would go into effect until there's a legislative change.
Okay, so if we like the definition that's been created for what is going to be called amplified sound, and we say, yes, we like this, then a lot of things are going to happen to determine how that goes into use.
And again, I think the application of that is not really before the board.
Thank you.
And whether you like it or not, it's whether you believe legally under the rules of interpretation of this letter, under the rules of interpretation, she got to the correct definition and followed that process correctly.
Okay, thank you.
Which, if Chair, I would like to ask a question about. Okay. And this is, I guess, for somebody on the city side. And Mr. Richardson made allusion to the rules of interpretation 18-6, and I can't quite remember which subsections thereof. And the point, though, was that if things are not otherwise, I guess, a part of a code or regulation, there's supposed to be a liberal, quote unquote, interpretation or application of, if I understand him correctly, otherwise undefined terms. So I guess one question would be, how would you all respond to that? Since the other part of the argument is what the definition that came out was too restrictive, but
the city's position, and I understand what Mr. Richardson's arguing, but the city's position is that argument is more applicable to a use than the definition of a term. Uses that are not identified in the code should be interpreted liberally in favor of the landowner. Here we're not. That's not what we're doing. We're trying to figure out what the definition is.
right. I mean, he did use the word application, liberal application, as opposed to definition. Thank you.
All right. Since we're still in the evidentiary, other questions for any of the witnesses, the attorneys? All right. I'm going to go ahead and close the evidentiary hearing, and we'll move on to having each side present a closing. And I believe, Mr. Richardson, you have the ability to go first.
Well, first of all, I want to thank all of you for being here. Volunteering is something that's somewhat of a lost art, and so it's not lost on me. I've done it, and I know it takes a lot of time, and you've been very attentive and asking very important questions on very complicated things. The city's got it wrong, and I hope you can follow my argument as to why. The process was we asked for a zoning determination. That process was followed correctly, asking for it and getting it. That's what they do. You heard it from Ms. Thurston, Ms. Painter. They give zoning determinations because it gives certainty to property owners, okay? Where it's flawed is the definition of a zero tolerance application, a zero tolerance definition. When you look at amplification in her definitional analysis, the analysis is not, it's not the process, it's her analysis that's flawed. And it's flawed because she doesn't attempt in here to explain how amplification is solely electrical and why solely electrical at any decibel level is somehow substantively different than non-electrical amplified sound. So what we have is a dichotomy of an interpretation that arbitrarily says, if it's acoustic, you can have it outside. Even though the acoustic, the guitar is amplifying sound. As you read it, it's hitting chords that are making vibrations that are making sound. But if you have a TV, a big screen that the city approved, and you plug it in, and sound emanates from the speakers, even if it's well below the noise ordinance, even if it's well below the acoustic sounds, that's prohibited. That analysis is flawed under her own interpretation, under her own definitional analysis, because it doesn't say amplified is solely electrical. She could have said all amplified music, electrical or non-electrical, which of course you can't do because that would render obsolete the noise ordinance. The only way to uphold this interpretation is to say she followed the process, her analysis was pretty good. It's the application of her analysis that's wrong. The definition of outdoor amplified sound should be, whether it's electrical, acoustic, verbal, doesn't matter, if you're amplifying the noise, the sound, to a point where it is violating your noise ordinance, that's prohibited. That is harmonious with all of the statutes, all of the code of ordinances that you have before you today, including the ones that she's put out in her interpretation. It's also harmonious with the setbacks of the buffering. Why have buffering to help residential neighbors and sound buffering for only non-electrical sounds? It doesn't have any logical reasoning. So the definition does produce absurd results. It produces a result that is incongruent with the city's noise ordinance. So that definition, as she's put it in there, of any electrical sound is an outdoor amplified sound that's prohibited, doesn't jive. And if you read all the ordinances in harmony with one another, which is what the law says, in pari materia, you read them all and you try to apply these code of ordinances in a manner that doesn't produce absurd results or arbitrary and capricious results. The only definition that makes any sense is amplified sound by whatever means is prohibited if it's going to violate your noise ordinance, if it's going to violate your buffering and your setback requirements. It shouldn't be some arbitrary electrical versus acoustic, electrical versus verbal. So my folks in real life, if this interpretation is upheld, in real time, have a beautiful LED screen out there where you have to interpret lip reading on it to watch anything. You can't hear anything from it, even if it is well below the noise ordinance. And to me, that strikes of absolute absurdity. And I understand how she got there, where she did it, but it's not something that her interpretation is harmonious with all the other code of ordinances. My position is, and I would challenge Mr. Evans and counsel for the city to tell me how my definition of outdoor amplified sound is not harmonious with the land development code. and not harmonious with the noise ordinance. That's why it's flawed. That's why it's wrong. And I believe you have the power to say, she followed the process. We follow her analysis. It's the application of that analysis that's wrong. And therefore, we're going to reverse it, let her go back to the drawing board, or you're going to say, we're going to uphold the process and the analysis, but your definition is wrong. Your definition should be outdoor amplified sound by any means that would be in violation of the noise ordinance is prohibited. Amplified outdoor sound by any means that's in violation of buffering and setbacks should be prohibited. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Appreciate your time again, and thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. All good? All right, thank you, sir. All right.
The city, too, appreciates your time and consideration this afternoon. I know we've all been here longer than we probably wanted to. City's starting a long holiday weekend this weekend, and I know that everybody's ready to get out of here, but it doesn't negate or minimize the importance of the decision that the board's being asked to make. Linda Painter, the planning director, was asked by Mr. Richardson's client to make a zoning determination. That request involved her looking at and developing a definition of amplified sound. I just ask you to take a second and look at the bottom sentence of what's on the screen right now. It says, amplified sound, any source or noise, including the human voice, that is increased in volume or intensity by means of electrical power. That's where Ms. Painter landed, and she drew that directly from the noise ordinance. She's required to be consistent. You know, not every word in a code is defined. I mentioned it an hour or so ago. If every word was defined, it'd be a dictionary and not a code. But she had other resources that she could turn to. One of them was other city code. It's outside the land development code. It's not before you here today, but that's where it is. In Chapter 6, Article 2 of the General City Code, that's where the definition of what's used in the noise ordinance is found. And she applied that here. To do otherwise would have been inconsistent and may have created the absurdities that Mr. Richardson is referring to. But I think what the process that Ms. Painter followed is reasonable. It's what's required by the Land Development Code, and I think that the ultimate result that she reached is reasonable. This isn't about application. There's been a lot of references to what's going to happen at this property, what's going to happen here. I can't do this, I can't do that, but frankly, in the city's position, that's not before the board. That's really the next step. That's a legislative matter. You know, a code amendment to the LDC could address it. Step one is, what is the definition? Step two is the application of it, and we're just not there yet. I think that the process that Ms. Painter went through was fair, it was accurate, it was what was requested by the owners and the appellants here. I think it's reasonable. I think it makes sense. I'd ask the board to take that into consideration and determine that she followed the steps and used her best judgment and came up with a reasonable definition that's in line and identical to what we have in the noise ordinance. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. Any questions on that? All right, so with all that said, now it's up to us to make some decisions. We have the ability to ask Ms. Ferguson questions regarding the process. And one thing to start, like I said, for the city, staff is restricted by what code they have, what's been passed by our elected officials. So a lot of times, it's a hard way. Sometimes they have to. They don't get to change that. They have to use that as their determination when they move forward. So we always understand that barrier that city staff has. Some people don't. They usually blame you, but a lot of times it's not your fault. But so to move forward, just to talk about questions, how to address the matter.
Well, my issue is not necessarily with the process or with the definition. My issue is what we've been told is beyond our purview here, but it's what everyone has dwelled on, and that's the application of the definition. So the one thing we've been asked not to consider is the one thing that has been discussed more than anything else, which is the application of the definition. I mean, so is the process okay? Yeah. Is the definition okay? Well, technically it's a definition of amplified sound, but everything else has been about application of the definition. And then they're saying, but you're not supposed to consider that. Well, that's just for what it's worth.
I feel exactly the same way. And the thing I would add to that is, and by the way, Ms. Painter, I got to tell you, tough job. Thank you for what you do for our city. What I think is truly missed, though, in this definition is any mention of the context in which it's going to be used. So, if I'm going to define something, in this case, to omit any reference to the noise ordinance as a part of this definition, I think something's missed. And maybe that gets to application, but it seems to me that it's just missing that context, so that when somebody reads it, they would say, oh yeah, and also within the context of the noise ordinance. That should be the sort of governing standard. So I'm struggling because of that.
I think we're all struggling. That's why we've taken so long. But it's a fascinating situation. I gather, and I hope somebody corrects me if I'm wrong, that the noise ordinance has the definition that we see before us, and then that, I guess, is sort of the foundation for then knowing what you're talking about when you then talk about the decibel level. So I'm gathering that the definition that has now been, in effect, created for the LDC will be used in some fashion down the road vis-a-vis the buffer requirements and definitions that already exist. And if that is the case, and if, as my colleague Patrick put it, we're not actually supposed to worry quite yet about that application, I guess we'll just have to see how that, now that we perhaps have a definition, how that will be, used vis-a-vis these buffer requirements and definitions, depending on the type of zone we're dealing with. Thank you.
Yeah, I keep looking at this screen I have here in front of me, which is the background for this this situation we're talking about. And if the LDC has a lot of references to amplified sound, but there's no definition for it in there, then I think what's been created is a good definition. In the middle, it says, prohibit outdoor amplified sound within prescribed distance of residential zoning. So that's the thing we're talking about a lot, about how the application's going to be, which we don't have any decision on. Our decision on whether or not this is a good definition, and I feel that it is. And then what happens after that can be determined by other powers, but not us. It may come back to us. It may come back to us in the future, depending on how it's applied. But as far as like the application goes, or the definition of what is missing from the LDC, a definition for outdoor amplified code, I think the city did a good job. So that's how I feel.
It's like I said, I think the process was good. I think the definition is okay. But I think, what we've been asked to ignore is what this hearing has dwelled on for the last several hours, and that's the application of the definition, which is not ours to consider. So.
And like I said, Mr. Ferguson can reiterate what we have the ability to do with this. Like with, I don't want to put words in your mouth because of we need that legal advice on, like, you can take this definition and say, go back. It's not where we want to be. Or you can reject it and tell them how you want them to go back on that.
So yeah, I think the decision for the board is either to affirm the interpretation as presented, to say, which is to say the definition, the way in which Ms. Painter interpreted the definition is legally correct, and therefore the resulting definition is correct, or to say, I think the resulting definition is correct, but I would tweak her reasoning. That's affirming in part. And you can also reverse by saying, well, I don't think that the definition is correct because I don't think you followed the correct interpretive process, that the way in which you interpret it is not legally permissible. So when we're talking about interpreting a development regulation, definition, I'm looking again at the UNC School of Government Quasi-Judicial Handbook, and so I just want to read some parts of that to you about how the School of Government, through collecting various cases, how they say a staff person and then subsequently a Board of Adjustment is supposed to interpret a zoning ordinance. You start with the development regulation text. So you determine the intent of the governing board, which is the board of the city council. The best way to determine the intent is from the text itself. Where an ordinance is clear and unambiguous, its plain meaning will be enforced. Then it goes to definitions. Many terms are defined. If a term is not defined in the development regulation, a dictionary should be consulted to derive the term's plain and ordinary meaning. It also, I'm not going to read you multiple pages, but it goes through looking at the purpose and intent of an ordinance. And then general rules of interpretation, specific provisions, control over general provisions, a statutory canon, birds of a feather flock together, essentially saying that if a term is ambiguous, it can be interpreted based on its association with other terms in the development regulation. Listing one thing to the exclusion of other when you have a list. Giving meaning and avoid absurdity. Interpretations should not render any development regulation language irrelevant or superfluous. Also, interpretations should not lead to absurd or bizarre results. And then finally, after all of the other tools of interpretation are exhausted, after you've gone through that process, ambiguities resolved in favor of property owner and the free use of land. So that is the School of Government collecting cases, how the interpretation process. And so what I think the question is, when I said the process, I don't mean the process of you asked for it, we gave it to you, all of that. I'm saying when you heard and you've read Ms. Painter's decision, did she start with the development text? Did she go through a definition? If it wasn't defined, did she use a dictionary? Did she go through these rules of construction that I just listed? And if so, then the way she got to her definition is correct. If you take exception with how she interpreted, by maybe saying that one of these rules of interpretation wasn't considered, then you can change it. You can stand in to her shoes as the planning director, and you can say, well, when I go through this interpretation process, I think this, and so the definition should be this. You have that authority to do that.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
So there's one thing that struck a chord. Thank you for that. That's incredibly helpful and makes me think. The thing you said about leads to absurdity applies to the way I think about this. Because the idea that within 1,000 feet of a business, which is a long way, many blocks, you can, in any direction, you can't have any amplified sound as defined from a device, equipment that's owned or operated by the business that is under the noise ordinance level is an absurd outcome. And if that's something that you should consider when you create these definitions, then to me that test is not met. So that's the way you just described one of the criteria, right? Did I hear you correctly?
So yes, I went through And this is very difficult, so I want to make it very clear.
Yeah.
It's very difficult, and what I will tell
feel
you is,
it.
my job here is not to lead you to an
No,
answer one way or
you're
the
not
other.
trying to. I'm-
It is to make sure that you understand a court, and y'all are sitting like a court,
Right.
and quasi-judicial, that a court would use this process. They would start with the text. They would look
Mm-hmm.
at definitions. If it's undefined, they go to a dictionary. They'd look at the dictionary and give them similar import. And then they would also go through these rules of interpretation that I just outlined, which includes giving meaning to avoid absurdity. That is a statutory canon that a court would use. So I think that is something you can consider, but you also have to consider it among the entire statutory interpretation process that I outlined.
Yeah, and it seems to me that everything that you said before that, as best I can tell, was largely met. And the process, with the exception of creating a clear, to me, a clear absurdity, is the one thing that I'm really struggling with. So I'll just say that for the board. That's the thing that I'm struggling with.
I agree with my colleague, which, if I may, and I really don't want to extend our this otherwise very interesting hearing further, but so in terms of the third option that we have, I think, where we sort of
Where you want to modify.
Yes,
the
so
interpretation.
are we empowered to suggest, when you say modification, modify the language, or do we just comment, as for example, my colleague just did, on the underlying logic of the analysis, if you see what I'm saying?
I think it is, and again, I'm going to just cite to the statute itself that says that you can affirm, you can reverse, affirm wholly or partly, or may modify the decision being appealed. The board shall have all the powers of the official who made the decision. So I think if you don't want to sit here and craft a definition tonight, you could accept Ms. Painter's definition. You could also accept Mr. Richardson's definition that he's proffered. You could also say, well, you could modify his, you could modify hers by taking out. You could do all of that. I also think it would be within your purview to say, give commentary on why you think the definition presented doesn't meet the statutory interpretation, and then reverse it by saying, I don't think this is, I'm going to reverse it, and essentially remand it back to staff to craft a definition consistent with how you all are discussing and the rules of statutory construction. I believe that's within your purview. However, I would caution you that doing so is going to put you likely back in this situation.
Right. So let me let my little cat out of the bag, if the chair will allow me. I mean, how would it be impossible for us to say, great process, as a definition, it's a definition, but to avoid the absurd result, we need to add language like comma, such that it does not violate the noise ordinance or the buffer requirements as set forth in the LDC, or something to that effect.
I believe that would be within your purview if that is what you think would make it such that the definition would not lead to absurd results.
Now,
Thank you for your guidance.
If we remand it back to the city and say, we're okay with your process, we're okay with the intent, the definition, until it gets to the absurdity part, can the city not, I mean, yeah, we may wind up back here, but we come back here every month anyway, So, to me, that is putting the burden of the definition where it should be, which is on the city's shoulders as it applies to the LDC, as it applies to the noise ordinance, as it applies to the city of Wilmington. Say, hey, like the process, definition's okay, but it doesn't meet the absurdity test, give us something better.
I think in that scenario, what you're saying is that you would take exception to the definition. You would be reversing the decision of the planning director and on the grounds that the definition would produce what you believe would produce absurd results, and therefore you would reverse and remand it to the planning, essentially remand. I don't know if you would call it remand, but remand it back to staff to modify the definition such that it doesn't meet absurd results. I believe would be the course that you could take if that was the approach the majority of the board wanted to. Now, again, in that scenario, if the city would have the right to then appeal to say, no, the definition we got was the correct one, and they have that right just as much as Mr. Richardson has the right should you affirm.
Sure.
That
And
makes
we'll be
sense.
back here next month anyway.
Yeah. Well, you're saying appeal mean going to Superior Court?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, so that's always an outcome. I don't believe it would be in our best interest to try to wordsmith this, to craft language. I agree with my colleague here that that's the job of the city, to craft language and spend, good, thoughtful time doing that. So I don't want to get in that game. I would rather just, I'm in a place where I'd just rather reject this definition based on the absurdity grounds, remand it back, and ask them to reword it. And I think if it came back with something that didn't have those same sort of results that we've talked about, then it would be a pretty quick decision by this board to approve it. But, that's just where I am, so.
That's kind of where I am too.
I believe that if we do something of that nature, we still have to give guidance because we're like sending it back saying start over, or it's.
To make it
it's
clear,
not that.
to make it clear, I don't think you're giving guidance to say, hey, I want you to do it this way, this way, this way. It is saying this definition, we find that this definition produces absurd results. And I'm just saying this based on the commentary I'm hearing. I'm
That's what I'm
not
saying.
trying to say one way or
Right.
the other, but based on the commentary, this definition, for whatever reason you find, and I would encourage you to state that on the record, the reasons you believe it creates absurd results. This definition creates absurd results, and so we're going to reverse the interpretation, period. And then it would be up to staff at that point to then say, do we wordsmith, do we appeal, and go through that process, not giving them the instruction to change this, this, and this. Now, again, you have the authority, I believe, under the statute to change the definition yourself, but I believe members have said we're not going to wordsmith it, we're just going, if that's the path you want to go down.
I agree. I don't think we should wordsmith it. I think even though that's within our purview to wordsmith it, I don't think that's.
I totally agree.
I don't think that's something we should do. And I think remanding this, or if it means yes, we got to reject this because the definition on its surface and even in a deep dive yields to absurd results of any sound that results from electricity outside. I mean,
Yeah, to me, this is pretty clear. I mean, I know how I'm going to vote, whatever comes up, so I would, are we at a point of entertaining a motion?
We are, yes, sir.
Okay, so I would move that we reject this definition, we remand it back to the city on the grounds that it creates absurd results, and we try to come up with a different definition that avoids that outcome.
All right, there's been a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
All right. That being the case, call for a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, we'll go back.
Just for the record, that was a unanimous.
That was a unanimous, yes, sir.
Starting over.
All right. We thank everyone for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you. We'll move on to other business, but the show on the agenda, there isn't any. Is anything? Anything else from the city this evening?
Just one announcement, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I do want to introduce Susie Russell, who is our new Director of Compliance and Zoning Administrator. So in the future, these opinions will be coming from her.
All right. Well, welcome. All right. Well, that being the case, we'll go ahead and adjourn. Thank you.